So when I got the request from Zero, right, I was trying to help him with the BlahajCTF, its sponsorship and a couple of other things, and he requested me if I can deliver a workshop. So that's the reason I'm here. And he also mentioned that we have a mixed audience, right? From from school to a junior college, and I was not sure what I can deliver. But let's start. Let's keep it interactive. And then, if you have any questions, if you don't understand, please stop me, and then I can try to answer that. All right? Okay. Okay. So before that, when I wanted to design this workshop for 2 hours, right? I wanted to make it something very interesting. So I kept this very nice funny title, "Catch Me If You Can," because that's where like a 16, 17-year-old kid goes and breaks the whole law of how to do the frauding, and he becomes one of the part of the CIA for catching the frauds, right? So this workshop or the lecture is going to be on the foundations, right? Just the foundations of how you can do the threat detection, security monitoring. Myself, I'm Dr. BlahajCTF. What you see here as ing is because I have my PhD from Germany. So the ing is the engineer, so don't get confused with anything else there. Who am I? I'm a program director at Nanyang Technological University. I run multi-million-dollar projects. I'm also a principal scientist. I'm a security researcher. If you Google me, you'll find a couple of papers from my side on threat detection, threat intelligence, malware analysis, APT. So my focus is mainly on the threat detection, malware analysis, right? And I work with various agencies in Singapore. Yeah, we are trying to do the product deployment, meaning to say like whatever we do as research, we want to do the deployment there. So I'm also a lecturer, like I'm a faculty there, where I deliver one of the most toughest course called Security Monitoring and Threat Detection for the master students. Yeah. And this is what I teach, the one advanced workshop, which I thought I wanted to deliver here. But when I saw the audience, then I said, no, this is not the one advanced workshop I should deliver here. So I made a compressed version of that. But what do I teach there is exactly the advanced security monitoring, the advanced threat detection, detection engineering, threat intelligence, malware analysis, reverse engineering, right? When I look at you guys, you look like you can really hack into FBI or CIA. You look so professional, right? Everyone with black t-shirts, laptops. Now I'm scared, right? I don't know what I should be delivering, but let's keep it fun, right? So this is how do you say a gist of what goes in my class, right? When I teach in NTU, yeah. So we start with simple from the question of what is cybersecurity, going towards the threat modeling, understanding the threats, to threat mapping, and we go towards all the way to threat detection using tools like Snort, Sunikata, security monitoring with Z, and it's completely a practical course, right? And we go up to the pinnacle of cybersecurity where we deep dive into assembly level code of malware, right? To understand how is exactly a malware becomes a dropper or a loader, how does it do the process injection, and again from reverse engineering we come down towards the data science, threat intelligence, and then again we do the mapping, right? So you see here we try to cover most of the tools, but from the perspective of what is relevant to the industry, right? So if you want to become an SOC analyst, right, what the industry needs, right? What is an SOC? Exactly, right? Security Operations Center. So SOC can be called as a war zone, right? Where you're fighting against the attackers and you want to be a defender and you try to protect as much as possible your organization. And when you want to be an SOC analyst, it's not about you're a great cybersecurity professional, but you should be creative, right? how you can think out of the box, how can you be better than the attacker. But this is not what I'm gonna deliver today. What I'm gonna deliver is exactly this. What is this workshop about? So foundations of threats and threat landscape, right? A couple of critical frameworks. Let's go into like why these critical frameworks are important. And maybe if you think this is a bit beginning or like infancy, but still it is interesting. The reason is this is how you would start a cybersecurity journey, right? You want to build basic foundations of what is the kill chain, why the kill chains are important, and how the APTs use this kill chain, how we can map it, right? So we start with this, and then we move on to APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat, Tactic, Techniques, and Procedures. MITRE, how many of you know MITRE? Huh? MITRE. Okay, so MITRE is an open source organization or corporation which was established in 2013 to bring all the APTs on whatever is happening under one, right? We'll go through that, and then we'll go through the threat mapping. I will give you some exercise, you can do it at home because we cannot cover in this workshop. Then we'll cover the foundations of threat detection and detection engineering, IDS, IPS, and we'll go through one tool. But again, I'll give you an exercise, so if you can practice at home, at least that's a good gist of what you can achieve. All right. Then we do a bit of introduction to all these things, right? If you have time, we'll go through the case study. But I don't know if we can cover all, but we'll try as much as possible, right? So we'll start with a very simple question: what is cybersecurity? What is cybersecurity? At least read from the. Sorry, one by one. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. You can read from the slide. Good schooling. All right. So you can call cybersecurity as multiple things, right? It's a set of practices. It's an art, yeah, on how you can defend yourself, yeah, against the attacks or understand the behavior of the attacker. Yeah. What else? From the offensive action, you can, how you want to break into the system to understand if there are any vulnerabilities persisting in your system, and from the defensive side, you want to know that how you can patch up these vulnerabilities and protect your system. Right? So you act on both ways. You be the red teamer, you want to be the blue teamer, but you want to work on both ways, and this turns out something to be like an art which evolves, right? Otherwise, cybersecurity would have not been so important. And then, so there are three categories of threats: known, unknown, and zero-day. Known is something which you can already see in the wild. Unknown is something that which is existing, but still you're not able to, you don't have much of details about that, and it's not easy to uncover it. Zero-day is something that which breaks into the wild, where you can have the massive scale of attack, like WannaCry, right? Like Stuxnet, right? So you take one simple zero-day, yeah? How many of you know the WannaCry malware? WannaCry? Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, you pay by Bitcoin. No, they said it was made by North Korea.
Okay, good. So it is WannaCry is called WannaCrypt. I WannaCrypt, like Wanna, like I want, right? WannaCrypt. So WannaCry was one of the first ransomware the world ever saw that which could go into the massive scale to bring down your critical infrastructures, to your enterprises, to your airports, to anything which is possible, all the communications, right? And you have to pay by the Bitcoin. So that was one of the zero-day exploits, which was actually exploiting the eternal blue vulnerability in Windows system, which was again part of the an intelligence agency in US, they knew there was a vulnerability. So the attackers actually got this vulnerability from the intelligence agency and then used this and exploited the vulnerability, right? And there are types of the attacks. I think you already know this, right? Yeah, man in the middle, SQL, DOS, DDoS. These are some of the very basic things, right? What are the advanced threats, right? What is advanced is like, you get into something a bit more interesting, like phishing, right? You use phishing as your initial access to penetrate a system, right? And you do the whale phishing, right? Which is all like, let's say, spear phishing or the whale phishing. Literally, you want to mimic an executive, or you want to, get as much as information from a top-level executive, right? Then you have malware, virus malware, DEC, cryptojacking, yeah? Then the emerging threats, right? These are like IoT attacks, because IoT still is an emerging. Reason is it's still being adopted, right? Like these cameras are vulnerable, but I don't know which company these cameras or the router belongs to, but it is easy to get into that, and you can, start exploiting them. Cloud-based attacks, AI-powered attacks, deepfake attacks, quantum computing threats. So this is something which you might see in the future, like quantum computing threats. And other categories, right? The insider threat, you can take Stuxnet as an example. How many of you know Stuxnet? Stuxnet, S-T-U-X, Stuxnet. You don't need to Google, you can answer it. Your colleague here, whenever asks something, he Googles and answers. Okay, Stuxnet was this one attack which happened on the nuclear power plant of Iran, right? So literally, the attack was from an insider. Because a nuclear power plant is so secure, it is not connected to the outside world. But if you want to perform an attack, how do you do it? So they used a USB, yeah, an insider, the USB inside the nuclear power plant, plugged in, and then the attack happened. And that actually delayed the entire nuclear program of Iran for almost 10 years. Who was behind it? I don't want to comment about it, but you can go to Wikipedia and you'll see a big conspiracy theory who was involved in that. But an example of insider threat, right? Then you have supply chain attack. For example, you might have heard about SolarWinds. Yeah? SolarWinds was this one specific software which they exploited called Orion, which is a business software, and there was a series of attacks using the supply chain. Right? And the most famous one is the advanced persistent threat. How many of you know what is an APT? Okay, that is an abbreviation, but what exactly does it mean? Okay, you were saying something. Can I get one more mic here for the audience? Yeah. Long-term attacks, excellent. Okay, any other answers? Yeah. Wonderful. Right, so I got multiple answers. Someone said that you can do multiple attacks, someone said it's a long term, someone said it's a cyber terrorist or something. You can name it whatever it is. But advanced persistent threat is the reason that most of the actions happening in cybersecurity today. Because someone worries, it could be a nation, it could be an organization. They start worrying because someone penetrated their network, stole the information, or they could have done it for a financial gain. I'll get into the detail of advanced persistent threat because this is exactly what is the interesting part you should be understanding from this first category. Yeah. Who are the threat actors? Let's say, as I mentioned, then APTs are not like an individual person; they are state-sponsored, right? Let's imagine you're all one country and a different country, or you two, or a couple of, let's say if you divide this, you two are different countries. The country A does not like the country B, right? So how do you bring down a specific nation? people, I don't think, are anymore in the era of going and doing a physical war. They want to sponsor the APTs, right? The threat actors who are very powerful, who can bring down their critical infrastructure. What happens if I bring down like your water plant or power plant? That's it, right? I think rest everything stops, right? Forget about your internet. If you won't have your water supply, imagine Singapore does not have a water supply for 3 hours. How does it feel? It's the beginning of chaos. Imagine 12 hours. Imagine 24 hours. So this is the level, right? And APT can go, right? And imagine you cannot fly anymore. I mean, these examples already happened. Yeah. When a couple of advanced persistent threats, yeah, were attacked on the UK airports, they were not able to print the boarding pass. That's it. Very simple. They were not able to print the boarding pass. So what is an alternative? They have to write the boarding pass. And what happens? There was delay of flights. What happened? There were like thousands of people started gathering because their flight was not able to take, and it created a chaos. It's a very, very, very basic APT, but it can create a big chaos, right? WannaCry is an APT, SolarWinds attack was an APT, Petya, not Petya, was an APT. Yep. These are very interesting case studies. Then there are cyber criminals, right, who do it, well, they want to be like financially motivated or gain some information. Hacktivists, mainly to the political ones, like the Hillary Clinton campaign, yeah, who was behind it, I don't want to name it, but that you can call it as an activist. Inside of threat, I've already explained. Terrorist organizations, till now, I have not seen it. Someone claiming that I'm a cyber terrorist and I want to bring it down. But this is not far. It might happen sometime. But this is still a very infancy term, right? Then you have script kiddies, someone like you here, right? Who is having a very innocent face, but might be very threatening, like you. Eh? Like you, who might having that capability, who has a very deep knowledge of cybersecurity to perform an advanced persistent threat. The reason is you individually cannot do it because you need a lot of resources, right? Really a lot of resources, right? You need powerful GPUs, you need a lot of intelligence, right? As I mentioned, WannaCry was actually a ransomware which was literally exploited by the intelligence agencies. They knew that Eternal Blue was vulnerable in Windows, so they have it, but they had not disclosed it. But the hackers were so persistent, they went, hacked the intelligence agency, got that Eternal Blue vulnerability, and then they performed. Right? So getting the threat intelligence is another important thing. And then organized crime syndicates and competitors. Right? Competitors is again depends. I mean, until unless you are really motivated to bring down a specific organization or a specific country for a competition reason. But these are what you can categorize as the threat actors, right? So you understand the simple, what is cybersecurity, threats, and types of threats and threat actors. Now let's get into threat landscape. So this is the one of the very interesting attacks called the Colonial Pipeline attack. Yeah. Which the people had to pay around 4.5 million. Then there was the Months attack, which was approximately around $300 million. Then the spyware, which is the Pegasus, right, which was actually very, people use this mostly to fetch information, like acting like a spy, yeah. And then we have the WannaCry. Then we have the Ukrainian bank's electricity firm hit by the fresh cyber attack where people, it happened, right? Like where people could not withdraw money and there were a lot of issues there. And then this is an interesting, so this is a statue which is in Estonia, and because they had to move this statue to somewhere else, Russia started performing cyber attacks on Estonia because they were moving the statue. You're understanding, right? How the country works. Just because you move a statue, I'll perform a cyber attack. And this became a very unleashing cyber mode to disable Estonia. And this is another very interesting thing. So this was actually, if I'm not wrong, the attack happened on the east coast of United States to bring down the power plant, right? So if you divide United States, there is East Coast, West Coast, and there's Texas, right? East Coast, West Coast, and Texas, yeah? So there are a lot of power stations, but let's say there are approximately 50,000 substations. 50,000, okay? What is a substation? Let's say that East Coast or West Coast. Within each region, there is like substations to supply electricity. Now, can anyone answer me, how many substations are required to bring down the power in United States? There are approximately 50,000 substations, East, West, Texas. How many power stations are required to bring the electricity down for the entire United States? Any answers? Huh? 100? One. I'm already telling there is East Coast, West Coast, and there's already a separation. Huh? Oh, you're too optimistic. You should be the powerful script kiddie here. Huh? 3,000. Okay. Yeah?
You can just take I think they just because they are all connected to RTU.
Okay, but I'm speaking about substations. But anyways, I'm not speaking about the main stations, right? The substations are still not connected to the east and west coast. Literally, you need just 4 substations. Literally 4, right? And the funny part is you don't even need to do a cyber attack. You can perform a physical attack in one of the substations. People did that, right? People actually took a gun somewhere in Texas to shoot one of the substations, and they were caught. That's another story. But even with the physical destruction of a substation, you can bring down the entire electricity, right? So this is what actually happened with this one, and then the very famous WannaCry, right? So this is exactly what the user used to see on his laptop, that you pay so many bitcoins, otherwise you're gonna crypt and delete all your files. Okay. So whenever you're trying to understand landscape, what you need to determine is when the attack happened, how the attack happened, what exactly happened, what was the reason behind it, and who was behind it. So by the time you go from when to who, right, you're actually literally have tracked the path of the attacker, you already know who is the attacker, and it's almost like you have mapped the attacker, right? Which is a very, 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 very tedious process, which needs too much of resources, right? Okay, now this is where it starts interesting, right? So the whole idea of the workshop is revolves under SOC, right? Security Operations Center. Meaning to say, if you guys in the future want to become a cyber professional, you want to go to industry, yeah? One of the key things which I always tell is make your hands dirty, yeah? There is no easy path. You should be a very good programmer. Doesn't matter even if you use any LLMs or whatever, doesn't matter, right? You should be a very good programmer. For one reason, it improves your creativity. You should be capable of understanding attacks, performing attacks. You should be able to know the tools, run the tools, and modify the tools, right? And literally cyber defense is just nothing but to safeguard your environment through various tools, tactics, whatever it could be. The objective is to prevent the attack, to detect. Prevention is better, right? If you can prevent an attack before even happening, that's excellent. But if not, the next case would be on detecting an attack. Then if you are able to respond to an attack, that's excellent. Then to recover, because not every system which is compromised can be recovered, right? So it's extremely complicated, but if you can recover, that will be great. So in a very simple manner, something you want to protect from the outside world and you want to safeguard, it's called the cyber defense. And preventing, detecting, responding, and recovery are the process of the cyber defense. So what are the core focus? Like infrastructure security, you want to protect all your assets. Assets in the sense like your firewalls, your laptops, anything which is connected, any infrastructure, right? And data protection, you want to protect your data within the organization, yeah? And you want to have as much as threat intelligence, yeah, to perform all this. And the compliance. Compliance is extremely important. Compliance is nothing but set of rules or policies every country or every organization tries to maintain. Why we need it? Because of the privacy laws, right? Not everyone is allowed to take the data outside the country, and there are a lot of things behind it. But compliance is very one of the key aspects of the cyber defense. Okay. Now, what are the verticals of the cyber defense? Is exactly this. This is where the entire cybersecurity in the industry focus on. Right? What is it? SOC, your threat intelligence, threat hunting, digital forensics and incident response, offensive security, that it could be a red teamer or a blue teamer or a purple teamer, doesn't matter, vulnerability management, and security architecture. So the entire cyber defense or the entire industry or whatever you run in Blahaj or whatever you try to learn from Blahaj is all based on just these categories, right? But one of the core and most important things here in this slide is the SOC, right? Though these topics are interrelated, yep, are connected with each other, but SOC is one of the core aspects where a lot of action happens. Like as I mentioned, it's something like your cyber war, okay? So this is the idea of the legacy SOC. What is a legacy? Very old one, right? Not everyone has the capability or the affordability to spend on an advanced SOC, operation center. Yeah, the old ones are like with something like limited visibility. Yeah, you just have few telemetry. We have restricted telemetry as well, right? Like few telemetry. Telemetry is nothing but logs, right? You just have logs either from the endpoint, or you just have logs from the few points, or you don't have the network logs as much as you wanted. Yeah, or you host-based indicators. So limited telemetry. Most of them used to work on strict rule-based detection, that is static rule-based detection. No one went into an advanced behavior-based. So that is one of the things. And all the old SOCs had the lack of automation, right? You were not able to automate the entire process. It might look or it might sound simple, automation, but it's a very, very powerful and important thing. And then tool integration, meaning to say you have 10 tools, yeah? If you want to integrate these tools into an SOC of what you're running, then I think that would have been extremely difficult. From this is where you move on to the next generation SOC one, right? So this is what we see today, right? Probably you might have seen in this MI6 movies, Mission Impossible, you have like 100 monitors and people are sitting, right? And this is not an overstatement or something. This is exactly how an SOC looks like. You have 100 monitors, you have more than 100 to 200 people sitting in this huge war room, yeah? You can see all the threats, you see what exactly is happening, yeah? And then you start trying to respond it, detect it, prevent it, whatever you want, okay? And then you have the enhanced analytics. This is something which is happening now, AI-driven cybersecurity. People want to use large language models, right? And they want to bring as much as AI. Before it was kind of, people were thinking it's kind of an infancy stage, but literally it is happening now. people are able to bring AI into cybersecurity very successfully. Okay. And then you have seamless integration, meaning to say you can bring as many tools as possible. Infinite telemetry, like you can get as much as logs you want. Then you have something called as contextual threat intelligence, meaning to say threat intelligence with reasoning capability and the context capability, yeah, which is more advanced than the normal threat intelligence. Then you have the orchestration and automation. Probably, I don't know how many of you heard SIM, Security Incident and Event Management, or SOAR. SOAR is nothing but the orchestration and automation. So these are the capabilities, right, which you would see in a modern SOC. Okay. Any questions till now? No? Okay, good. So I skipped the part of the critical cybersecurity frameworks. I moved on to the attack frameworks because of the time duration we have. But this is something very important that you might want to understand at this, very foundation level. So literally, frameworks in cybersecurity are designed for, if you don't know where to start building cybersecurity for your organization, there are a lot of frameworks like NIST, HISPA, and then there are some advanced ones which we call as attack frameworks. What are attack frameworks? To track and analyze the traits of the cyber intrusion by advanced threat actors, right? Why is this important? If an attack happens, you want to know how the attack started, how the attacker got inside the infrastructure, how did he persist there, how did the lateral movement happen, yeah? What was the reconnaissance, how did the attacker or the malware establish the CMC, command and control, yeah? What did they steal from the organization or even a nation, yeah? And why was it important, right? So all this process, if you want to keep it very structured, right? That's where you need the attack frameworks. There are literally, if I'm not wrong, around 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like there are 4. Out of this, these are the very important one. One is the cyber kill chain. Then we have the unified kill chain. Then we have the diamond model. Then we call something as a pyramid of pain. Then we have the MITRE attack, right? Let's go into each of this in a more brief way, right? So cyber kill chain was developed by Lockheed Martin, yeah, in 2011, yeah. So this is it's basically comes from the US military, right? It is like to say US military wanted something very interesting to track all these attacks, and they took the kill chain concepts from the US military and designed the cyber kill chain. Yeah. So what happens here in the cyber kill chain is they have 7 phases, right? From reconnaissance to actions on the objectives. Just the 7 phases. Okay. Then you have the unified kill chain again, which came in 2013, which will go through that as well. Then someone else in 2013, again from the US Department, right, came with an idea of the diamond model, right? Where here the idea was just on, let's keep it very simple, we don't need to keep it too advanced to go to every step. I just want the perimeter of the attack, right? What are the perimeters is to adversary, infrastructure, capability and victim, and that actually can kind of be more faster for me to map the attack. Okay. Then came, I think this is 2013 as well, not 15 maybe, yeah, because 2 years before that started. Came the MITRE attack. So MITRE attack currently is the most powerful, uh, let's say, an open source or an NGO, which literally has the information of all the APTs in a structured way, has all the information on the threat intelligence of these APTs, and has been maintained very well. And if you open LinkedIn today, yeah, and if you want to apply to any of the cybersecurity SOC or like some other profession, you would see this terminology. Are you aware of the MITRE? Right? You can go and check sometime later in the LinkedIn. Are you familiar with the MITRE attack? Right? The reason is people use this in real world, in industry. So either you can learn from, you can learn various tools, tactics, whatever you want. You can become very, a professional cybersecurity specialist. But there is something which is practical, meaning to say what real world needs, what the industry needs, yeah, and then you work on that, right? And whatever you see here is what I'm delivering, right? And this is what exactly the industry looks for. So if you look at the cyber kill chain, so this is an example of the cyber kill chain. You have 1 to 7, starting from reconnaissance to reconnaissance is nothing but collecting the information. It's like, imagine a thief wants to get into a house. What he would do is he would go around the house a few times, checks which is the road the house is, how many people live in, before even penetrating the house. Exactly collecting that information is reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, and up to the actions on the objectives, right? But the limitation of cyber kill chain was that it was just 7 steps, right? There were just 7 steps, and it was not giving the exact fine details of every aspect of the attack, okay? Again, you have the CNC. How many of you know what is CNC, C2 or CNC? Command and control? Huh? So, let me explain, right? When a malware penetrates a specific enterprise, right? Let's imagine it's an advanced persistent threat. That's what we are focusing on. You do an initial access. Initial access can come through your phishing email. You might get this very interesting email, right? Hey, I'm the king of such and such country. My wife died. I'm feeling, so bad. So I want to give you $10 million. Send me all the information. And if you click on this link, you can get this much money. You remember this kind of funny emails you get? And if you don't know what is it, you just click. That is a phishing email, right? But I don't think you kids here or someone will do it because you know that is. But phishing emails have become so powerful these days. You cannot differentiate what is a phishing email and what is a legitimate one. So attackers have started crafting excellent phishing emails, right? So phishing email can be your initial access. After you have the initial access, you do the lateral movement. You try to get some more username, passwords, exfiltrate, and then go on. You persist. Maybe you don't perform the attack then and now. You persist in the network for around 3 to 6 months, and then you establish foothold, right? That is the CMC, command and control. Meaning to say, from the network or the infrastructure you have performed the attack, you would establish a connection to the remote server to transfer the data, to transfer the information, or probably to give the attacker the control on your entire network. So that's exactly the CMC, right? Here. Then came the unified kill chain, which is in 2017, from a guy called Paul Pauls. Yeah, this had 18 phases, right? From 7 to 18 phases, which literally became something like a supporting factor for the cyber kill chain, right? These were very infancy stages of building the attack frameworks. People started using it, but not really into a very depth level. So people said from 7 to 18 is good, but it also had its own limitations because it was just giving the higher level view, but not in depth. Okay. Then came the diamond model. So if you look at the diamond model, this exactly is the diamond model, right? So what all the US military or the intelligence thought like, hey good, you have the kill chain, you can go deeper and you can understand everything, but what I want to know is just the basic things to get the perimeter of the attack as soon as possible. What I need is, who is the adversary, what is its capability, who is the victim, and what is the infrastructure which has been compromised, and that's it, right? And this became very practical, that you didn't have to go as deep as into the, like a cyber kill chain. And this also became kind of very practiced approach in the industry of development, okay? Then you have something as the pyramid of pain. So if you look at the pyramid of pain, you have hash values, IP address, domain names, network and host artifacts, tools and TTPs, right? What is a TTP? Can anyone say what is a TTP? Oh, you don't need this workshop. Why don't you take a walk and come back? You know everything, man. Ah! Good. So if you see here, the TTP is completely in red when you see from the bottom of hash values, right? So the idea is this. An attacker, let's take it in both ways, right? An attacker can get the hash values very easily, and he can, get the IP address easily. He can do the DNS spoofing or domain names, whatever he wants to work around with the domain names. Network and host artifacts becomes a bit difficult if you want to get the network-based indicators, or the host-based indicators. That becomes difficult. The more challenging part would be on breaking the tools from the attacker perspective, and the most difficult would be on breaking the specific tactic, techniques, and procedures. Now take it from the defensive perspective. If the attacker is extremely tough, it's hard to do the defense. Like in the sense, his tactics, techniques, and procedures are highly advanced, it becomes a 0-day. Literally a 0-day. That's the reason we see the attacks, right? And all your tools, like whatever he's trying to use, also becomes challenging. And that's how, you build the pyramid of pain. But the most important is to understand, both from the offensive and the defensive side, the TTPs. And that's what you're going to see now. What are the tactic, techniques, and procedures, right? So it's not a complicated thing, very simple. Tactics is the why part, right? The objective of the attack, right? And the technique is the how, the specific method used. And the procedure is the what part, the step-by-step actions that the attacker has taken. Example, tactic can be in credential access, right? He wants to access a couple of your username, password, whatever email you've been using, some basic things. Technique could be key logging. How many of you know what is key logging? Oh, you don't answer me. You take a walk and come back later. Huh? Definitely.
Automating, using some kind of device or limit key presses, which just automatically does coordination.
Yeah, both ways, right? Either I can understand your key logic, or you can mimic the keyboard activities, right? And the procedure is malware installed to capture the keystrokes, right? So you can look at it in both angles. So that's it. The TTP is as simple as the why, the how, the what, right? But I have made it so simple for you here, but when you go into the threat mapping or the MITRE attack, then you will know, oh, this is not the why, the how, the what. This is too in-depth. This is actually pretty tough, right? Why are TTPs important? If you want to, how many of you are red teamers or a blue teamer here? When you walk out of the class, you're too advanced for this class. Just kidding. Okay, how many of you are planning to get into more advanced CTFs or who wants to get into cybersecurity in the future? You, okay, only you. Anyone else? Okay. So, what I recommend is, I don't know what is the purpose you are here. Maybe you thought it would be interesting, or your parents forced you here, or you thought it would be cool if I attend Blahaj or attend the workshop. But as I mentioned, I teach very advanced and most practical class of cybersecurity in NTU. Even most of them, they try to, cannot perform some of the parts of the course because it's too advanced. Yeah. But what I suggest is, whatever you take from this workshop, right? Like for example, it could be on TTPs or MITRE. Start using that. Start getting your hands dirty. Start performing some attacks. Start using the tools. Yeah. And then start building that passion towards cybersecurity. You cannot be in cybersecurity until unless you have passion. It's a very boring job. Until unless you start thinking like you're a spy or some kind of an, out of the box person, otherwise cybersecurity is very boring. Okay? So proactive defense, if you want to defend proactively your organization, enhance detection, okay? Incident response. So all of these factors, which are the basic things to know that why we need a TTP. Okay. Where are the TTPs used? The application, threat intelligence platforms like MITRE ATT&CK, SOC operations, penetration testing, incident forensic, training and awareness. Like all the basic things what we are touching. But where this TTPs leads us is to the advanced persistent threat. Okay? So this is where actually we get into the understanding of what exactly is an APT. So I mentioned that there are list of attacks, but what is the most sophisticated, the most pressing attack, the most important issue today everyone is speaking is the advanced persistent threat. The reason is because of all this thing, right? Advanced technique utilizing 0 days, persistence, long term. Let's imagine, I'll give you the same example. A thief enters your house, he's in your house for 6 months and you don't know he's there. Understanding? A thief enters your house and he's there for 6 months and you don't know. That is exactly the persistence a cyber criminal will use. He will enter your organization, persist there for months and months and months, establish, try to get as much as reconnaissance, try to do as much as lateral movement, and finally establish the foothold and perform the CMC. Okay? And targeted attacks, APTs are not performed on you or me. APTs are performed on large scale, large enterprises, not even on speed. It's on large enterprises or on a mass scale. Okay? Then we have the coordinated efforts. Meaning to say, usually when an APT happens, usually it happens with, either it should be state sponsored, meaning the nation is sponsoring that attack. If not, it will be with 2 or 3 different APT groups coming together to perform an attack. Okay? If you read the formal definition, right, are sophisticated, stealthy cyber attacks where an adversary gains unauthorized access to network and remains undetected for an extended period. And that can be months to years, right? Why is it important? Because of the evolving threat landscape, meaning to say, whatever you see here today as a cyber landscape would not be the same tomorrow. Attractive targets, it's easy to do the financial gain. Global economic impact. If I'm really capable of bringing down a nation, I can show how powerful I am, or if I want to change the election, which happened previously in Hillary Clinton campaign, the whole campaign was deviated, right? And even today people say that the Trump campaign was kind of really deviated or different. A lot of things can happen, but mostly the global economic impact has many versions of it. The cybersecurity challenges, the more advanced you perform an attack, it's also very difficult for you to perform the defense, right? So it becomes extremely difficult for you to use the same tools what you have been using. What is the anatomy of the APT attack? We start from reconnaissance, gather intelligence, initial intrusion, like exploit very initial vulnerabilities, establish foothold, you want to stay in the network for a long time, lateral movement, you want to move from one asset to another asset. This is how WannaCry, the ransomware, performed the lateral movement. So there is this tool called Mimikatz. How many of you know Mimikatz? So Mimikatz is a wonderful tool to exploit your password and username. So you can just, I can run Mimikatz and I can get all the username and passwords of all your laptop. It's as simple as that for me. Yeah? And it doesn't mean that you Google the Mimikatz and you can do it, but I'm just telling you, but it's as simple as that, right? And then you have the data exfiltration and sabotage, and then stay undetected for a long time. And then probably you have CNC and other things, right? So these are the very famous ones. The Lazarus Group. How many of you know this movie called The Interview? The Interview, the movie? No one knows? Please go and watch that, okay? So this movie is about Kim Jong-un, okay? From North Korea. So they did this movie, and the movie was produced by Sony Pictures, okay? And then North Korea got upset about it, okay? And then they performed attack on Sony Pictures, saying that if you release this movie, we're going to destroy all the information of Sony, and that's the Lazarus attack, right? And the movie is called The Interview, okay? Then you have the fancy bear. This is exactly the reason I put only the selected ones are what you can get all the information easily now when you just Google it, right? How many of you know who is Hillary Clinton? Yeah. So you know that Hillary Clinton stood for the presidential election before Trump, right? Yeah. Or she was fighting against Trump, if I'm not wrong. And one of the reasons they say that she was defeated was because of the fancy bear attack. Can you believe this? This is how powerful the APTs happen. How did this happen? We don't want to go into detail, but this is how it happens, right? Then you have the Stuxnet, the nuclear power plant of Iran. Then we have the Nobelium, which happened for the SolarWinds attack. And how many of you have the habit of reading the news or go follow cybersecurity in Singapore? So and so. Okay. How many of you have heard this? UNC 3886. Yeah, what is it? It was attacking? Exactly, right? Just Google UNC 3886. You will see our Home Minister, right, Shanmugam, mentioned that as I deliver this speech, that's what he mentioned, as I deliver this speech, I know that there is this group called UNC 3886 is performing attacks on our critical infrastructure. This is what our Minister Shanmugam mentioned. Please go and look at it. At least now you know the seriousness of an APT, right? So APTs are extremely, extremely powerful. We are not far away from getting a massive attack. And what do we need to do for that? What do we need to do for that? Huh? No, I'm not speaking to you, man. You speak too much. So what we need to do for that is like you guys who are sitting here should be passionate about cybersecurity to protect our own country, right? If you want to protect Singapore, it's not anymore like you want to become, you want to, do something else. This is one of the contributions you can do to Singapore, right? Become a wonderful or an excellent mastermind cybersecurity professional where you can stop actually, or understand what attacks are happening, and you can prevent of bringing down the critical infrastructures. Okay? All right, and so now we're going to the MITRE attack, and then we'll take like, how much time we have? We'll like take on 2 or 3 minutes, right? So MITRE attack is nothing but the adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge, or abbreviated as MITRE attack. MITRE is the corporation, attack is the adversarial tactic, technique, and common knowledge. You see, it's a comprehensive, globally accessible knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world observations, incorporated in 2013. If I'm not wrong, there are more than 18 plus tactics, 180 plus techniques, and various procedures. If you go to MITRE, I've never seen someone creating threat intelligence so structured. Like when they say initial access, you have every step which is recorded there, yeah, which is extremely tough job to do, and they have actually achieved it. What is the purpose? Because it provides a common language. Because everyone starts speaking about cybersecurity, so many frameworks. Finally, someone came out and provided a very common platform for everyone to use it. Identifying gaps in your organization to, defend, and then you have the threat intelligence share. Literally, you want to share the threat intelligence from various entities or organizations. So I think you already mentioned this, right? Tactics is basically on represent the adversary technical objectives during an attack, and then you have the techniques and sub-techniques. There's also something called a sub-technique for the techniques. And there are 3 parts in the attack matrices: enterprise, mobile, and ICS, that is your operation technology. Okay? So this is how the MITRE attack looks. If you go to the MITRE website now, just Google MITRE, you'll find it. You'll see the reconnaissance to the impact. You'll have these are the tactics, and you have the techniques, which is listed under each of the tactics. And if you click on this, you'll find more sub-techniques. Okay? So what I want, why am I teaching you this is, so whatever I'm trying to deliver today is literally the basics of basics of basics. You can learn the basic. This is nothing, right? We are not even trying to touch anything remotely with what you can become a cybersecurity professional, but the basic foundations, the basic of basic foundations. But at least this could help for you as an exercise after you finish your BlahajCTF. What I want you to do is, so let me explain what is threat mapping. Let's imagine you're a red teamer or a blue teamer. You want to understand an attack. How would you do it? You would want to start mapping the attack through MITRE, right? There is a tool called Attack Navigator, yeah? And I want you to, I'll give you the exercise later. So what happens is when a red teamer maps an attack, he will map it saying that, okay, these are the steps which was taken from this specific attack path. And the blue teamer will do the same one. But eventually, when you match and see, there could be a possibility of existing vulnerabilities which have been not discovered previously, or there could be a possibility of how you can improvise your defense of your organization, or there could be a possibility of discovering more advanced vulnerabilities which was not discovered previously. Okay? So the most important part of the threat mapping is the MITRE attack framework. So this is the exercise I want you to do. Yeah? What I want is, go to the attack navigator. I don't want you to do it here, but after the BlahajCTF. So go to the MITRE, go to the attack navigator. Yeah? You you can find this on a lot of people who is teaching about Attack Navigator. And then you want to choose layer by operation, enterprise attack, version, whatever version, and perform the exercise on these things: APT 28, APT 29, APT 38, APT 32, APT 41, APT 39. Maybe you want to take a picture of this, that will help you. Let me show you. Okay. So you see, this is an example. This is an example. Let's say one which I did last night, right? So I took APT 28. This is how you map it, right? If you can do the APT 28, you will see that you can do the initial access execution. Then there is APT 39. Yeah. Then if you do the attack, the layer by operation, then you will get to know that were there more than one or two APTs which was involved, what was the common techniques, tactics, and procedures used. Okay? So this is extremely important for you guys. So let me go back. Okay, so this is the exact exercise. You go to the Attack Navigator. This is where you will find it. This is the GitHub page, and then perform the mapping, threat mapping for all these APT groups. Okay. Any questions? Okay, so I think we have time for maybe one more module, threat detection. A very, very basic one. We'll do that. Do you guys need 1 or 2 minutes break, or we can continue? We can continue? Okay, let me at least have a water, okay? So, what is the reason for you guys to be present today here at Blahaj? What is your interest? Huh? Okay, finding flags. Apart from that? Okay. Okay, so let's get into threat detection. Before that, let's do a pause for a minute or two. Okay, so what is threat detection? Can someone explain? Our famous. You. Yeah.
Okay, it's to detect the system that is compromised or something. If I remember correctly, it's to actually think of it as IDS. That's something they know.
Okay, you answered too much. Okay, very simple, right? Threat detection is nothing but detecting the threats. Right? It's not a fancy thing, but the idea of threat detection is the process, right? The process of identifying, mitigating cyber threats, anomalies, malicious activities within the systems, networks, and applications, right? So it is detection of threats, but the process of doing that, right, of identifying these anomalies, these gaps, these vulnerabilities becomes threat detection. And what is detection engineering? It's a specialized field focused on designing, building, testing, and improving detection mechanisms. Meaning to say, there are existing tools like Snort, Suricata, right? Now, people are developing their own anomaly detection techniques. We did that long time back using simple machine learning concepts. Now you have LLMs. You can even go as advanced as possible to create any anomaly detection technique. But the idea of creating those tools for the process of detecting threats, it becomes detection engineering. Okay? Why is it important? To make it faster to respond to cyber threats, reduce false positive, meaning to say, whenever you see a threat, you want to be 100% sure that you detected a threat. It should not be like with less than 50% accuracy or something. And it should not be a false positive, right? Supports compliance with cybersecurity regulations and frameworks, meaning to say you need to maintain the compliance as much as possible. So literally there are 5 types of threat detection. Number 1 is the behavior-based. That is the most difficult and one of the most advanced way of doing threat detection. The reason is, it is not static. You are trying to detect the threat based on the behavior of the attacker. So it is not based on any rules or something, but it is based on how the attacker thinks. Honestly, I have not seen any such tool which is based on behavior. Very difficult. Though they claim it is a behavior-based threat detection, still I would say it is in the verge of becoming a heuristic tool or a mix of hybrid of, let's say, rule-based. I'm still waiting. So probably one of you guys can design a behavior-based tool. Then we have the signature-based detection. Signature-based is literally by creating a set of rules, right? If A happens, then B will happen. If B happens, then I know that C is the trigger point and I need to do the threat, right? So your Snort, Suricata are all signature-based. And these are very famous tools because it works, easy to integrate, and people like it, they love it, and people use it in the industry. Yeah. So most of the threat detection tool which is outside there in the industry are signature-based or rule-based. But it also has its own limitations. The reason is you're just looking at one perspective of a threat. You cannot go from the behavior angle. Okay? Then you have the anomaly-based. Anomaly-based is again using a lot of AI, ML to start building your threat detection. Let's say that you have a data set and you train on that data set to understand a specific infrastructure and then you perform a threat detection. Literally training on a data set and performing a threat detection and training your machine or your model to perform the threat detection becomes the anomaly-based detection. Then we have the heuristic-based. The heuristic is mostly in the nature of both behavior and signature, meaning to say you can claim that to be a behavior, but it works only for a specific system, not necessarily if you take the same model and deploy it somewhere else, or the same tool and deploy it somewhere else, it might not work, right? Then you have the threat intelligence-based detection. Again, this is based on the feeds that you might get from the various threat intelligence platforms like VirusTotal or MITRE, and based on that intelligence, you try to build the threat detection. All right? So, how does the threat detection work? What are the core components? You have three core components. That is the data collection, analysis tools, and the threat intelligence. So without the whole purpose of collecting the data, you cannot establish a historian, you cannot establish what exactly you want to build or what you want to detect. So collecting the data is the primary thing in the threat detection. And then you need various tools. It could be your SIM or EDR, extended detection and response, or it could be your end detection response, or your network detection response, or extended detection response, or your IDS or IPS. You need some kind of a tool, that is the detection engineering part, to do the threat detection. Then you have the threat intelligence, that is ingesting the feeds from the external sources to keep it like a feedback loop to improvise your threat detection. Okay? And what are the key techniques? So one of the key factors for threat detection is the security monitoring, right? Whenever you're getting the logs, you want to understand those logs. If not, you would go into something called as threat fatigue or alert fatigue. Can someone tell me, in a decent large enterprise, how fast can you see the data? The data which is the number of logs which is being generated, right? Every enterprise generates some logs, right? How many logs can you see in a minute? How many logs? Huh? One log. Okay. How many logs can you see in a minute? Or let's say an interval of 5 minutes. How many logs can you see? Yeah, that's what I'm a decent enterprise. A large enterprise. How many logs can you see? Huh? 3,000. Few thousands, okay. Any other answer? Okay, 100,000. So, this is what I tell, right, when I'm delivering a lecture or something. Most of the time you can see the logs in light speed, but in a large enterprise, you see the logs in quad speed. Millions of alerts. Millions, right? It's not 1,000, few 100,000, it's millions of alerts. In quad speed, you will see the alerts. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that it's fatigue. You cannot process that data at all. Impossible. Until unless you can parse those logs and understand, analyze those logs, and then start categorizing them. I have written a paper very recently called Priority. Please go and have a look. So where we reduce around 7 million logs into 1 or 2,000 and say that which are the most critical ones the SOC analysts have to look into. Okay? Then the correlation of rules mean to say that if you want to identify a specific pattern or if you want to detect specific feature, you start correlating the rules and deploy machine learning models. Honeypots is another thing. How many of you know what is a honeypot?
It's a scam.
It's a scam. Okay, good. You don't answer them. You give long answers. Okay. So honeypot is nothing but a decoy. A decoy is like you have something in the front and people think, oh, it's good. It's like an enterprise, but when you enter, but it's like a trap for you to just understand the behavior of the attacker or to collect the threat intelligence. Okay? Then the behavior analytics on profiling the users, devices, and the applications. And then you want to have the automation and orchestration, reduce time to detect and time to respond. Example is in automated incident response playbook. Like there is a set of rules written from SOAR angle, and you want to make it part of your threat detection. What is the detection engineering workflow? First one, as we mentioned, I didn't cover the threat modeling, but that is one of the very important. Can I get the mic? Mic? So threat modeling is another important thing, which is the basic thing for the threat detection. Threat modeling is nothing but is a field where you want to, let's say, understand a threat from two perspectives, from the development perspective and from the design perspective. And there are a lot of models like Stride, Pasta, whatever. You can use those as part of threat modeling. Then we already went through threat mapping. So this is the core, the first step of the detection engineering workflow. Yeah? And the detection rule development. So what you do here is use tools like Snort, Suricata, or Sigma, whatever it is, and start developing the rules on what you are trying to detect, or what kind of enterprise you're looking at, and what kind of log you're looking at, and you want to start designing specific rules for that. Then you have the testing and validation. So you start either becoming a red teamer or a blue teamer, and you want to start performing the simulation of the attacks and test your method. Literally, it could be any of the tools or any anomaly detection you have, let's say, developed by yourself. And that's the third one. Deployment and monitoring. That is the most difficult part, right? You can test it and validate it on your laptop, but when you go to the large enterprise, it's extremely, extremely difficult to make it integrating with the large enterprise, right? So deployment with SIM, EDR, or LDR systems is difficult. And then finally, you want to have a feedback loop. Meaning to say, you perform a threat detection. If you find any good result, and you say the rule is successful. If not, okay, rule failed, and you want to have a feedback. So these 4 or 5 steps would become your the workflow for the threat detection engineering. Okay. One of the core angles of the threat detection is the intrusion detection system. Okay. IDS is the most commonly used tool in the enterprise systems. So what you do here with an IDS is, literally you do 2 things, right? One is you monitor your network, and depends on what kind of IDS you're using, then you perform the threat detection as well. So you try to identify the potential intrusions by analyzing traffic patterns, system logs, and user behaviors. There are 2 types of IDS, network-based and host-based. The most famous one is the network-based. Your Snort, Suricata is nothing but network-based IDS systems. Host-based is difficult because you have to deploy an agent inside a specific asset which you do not have access, so there will be a lot of privacy issues there. So why IDS matters? Because it provides visibility into the potential attacks, and maybe it will kind of start giving you the whole idea of what exactly is the threat landscape of that specific organization. What are the available open source tools? As I mentioned, Snort. It's a signature-based system. It is highly customizable and it's open source. That's the reason industry loves it. You have Zeek. Formerly it was called as Pro. I still have no idea why they called it Pro, but that's how it is. And this it is not actually an IDS, but Zeek is so powerful that you can write scripts to act as an IDS, right? And there are so many commands in Zeek that you can start using them to, to write wonderful scripts to perform a lot of analysis of your logs. And then you have the OSIP, it's the host-based IDS, but the most famous one is these 2, right? Some of the real-world example, like Snort Pro detecting unusual file encryption traffic. Real-world impact is prevented data encryption in corporate environments. A simple rule or a detailed rule of Snort can do such complicated tasks. huge community of snot who are actually building these rules. There are snot rule generation tools which is available. And the community is so large that you can take help from this community to build rules for your own organization, or you can even copy those rules or use those rules for your own organization. Yeah? Unauthorized access attempts, OSET detecting failed login attempts and privilege escalation. So this is again based on a specific set of rules. Botnet communication, that's Zeek analyzing unusual DNS queries to identify command and control servers. So whenever you establish a CNC and if there is an unusual DNS query, because when you establish a CMC, right, you want to communicate with an external server. When there is an unusual DNS query, then I think you can easily detect that by analyzing through Zeek. Yeah. What are the key challenges? High false positive rates leading to alert fatigue, limited ability to prevent attacks. It's an IDS system, it's not an IPS, right? It's intrusion detection system, it's not intrusion prevention system. You need some kind of a skill to start using snot. So what would be the future of IDS? Is to literally start bringing as much as AI capability, the automation and self-rule building capability would be the next future of building a very powerful IDS system. Yeah? So now we move to the intrusion prevention system. So as the name mentions, one is the intrusion detection, one is the intrusion prevention, meaning to say you have a threat which has already happened and you detect that threat. That is the intrusion detection system. What you want to do here is you want to prevent the threat by happening by generating an alert. For example, you see here a packet inspection to identify malicious payloads. Or it could be like blocking malicious IPs, URLs and domains. Or it could be like what's that network and host levels, right? So these are some of the key aspects of in IPS. Let's say that not every time in IPS has been very successful in preventing an attack. Most of the time it actually acts as an IDS itself, but let's say if you take Suricata as an example, it can start generating alerts to prevent an attack, which literally you can call it as an intrusion prevention system. So it's not, they say both as IDS APS, but mostly Suricata is the only tool which I know in open source, which is very popular, which can provide you that capability of an IPS, right, intrusion prevention system. Okay? And then you have PFSense. How many of you heard about Snot and Suricata here? No, very good. Then PFSense is like an IDS IPS system which is integrated with a firewall. Let's imagine if you're running a Palo Alto or something, then you want to use PFSense as a tool to act as an IDS or an IPS from the endpoint perspective. What are the real world examples? Stopping SQL injection attacks. Suricata blocking malicious SQL queries in web traffic. So this is literally a prevention, right? Prevented database compromise. Preventing malware downloads. Snot detecting and blocking malicious file downloads. Protected endpoints from malware infections. DDoS mitigation. PFSense rate limiting traffic during DDoS or DDoS attempts. Meaning to say, all these examples are kind of generating an alert for you to not to lead towards the main attack. Yeah. So this one, right, like balancing security with performance, usually what happens is these kind of tools, because these are all rule-based, what happens is generates a lot of false positives. So you cannot have that great performance and a great output at the same time. Again, bringing as much as AI power in your IPS system will generate probably a futuristic IPS, right? So IDS and IPS are essential components of a layered security strategy. So if you look into any industry today, most of them they use Snort and Suricata or Zig because it's open source, large community, and it's easy to integrate with the existing tools. Yeah. Let's get into a bit of Snort, and I'll give you exercise also for your home, so you can look into that. Okay, so what is Snort? Literally, Snort is like the snorting from the pig, right? Like, yeah. So Snort is an open source intrusion detection and prevention system developed by Martin Bush in 1998. So imagine from 1998, a specific IDS system has been used for such a long time, and even today, it is prevailing and widely used in the industry. Yeah? It operates by analyzing network traffic in real time to detect potential security threats. So if you look here from the architecture point of view, right? As I mentioned, so first of all, it has the packet sniffing and logging, that is the first part, and the network traffic analysis in real time, like the pre-processing, detection of various attacks like buffer overflow, stealth port scans, and more. That is through the detection engine, and you can customize as much as you want. So if you just go to, let's say, Snort tool, right? You can see the various versions of the generating this tool. Why Snort? Because it's free and open source. Yeah, that's one of the biggest angles in the industry. Large community support, flexible and easy to integrate into existing networks. Right? So what are Snort rules? These are like set of specific, let's say a kind of a code, or you can say a set of specific characters which can be written. For example, like here you have the structure, you have the header, and you have the option. Header is like define the rules, action, protocol, source and destination IP and port. Example is alert. TCP is the port, the protocol, and any host, any port, and pointing to the specific IP address to the specific port. And option is specify additional conditions for trigger zero. Example, message, possible HTTP attack, content get admin access, and no case. So this literally generates, if there is any TCP attack or the TCP modification on your network, literally you'll get this. This can generate that alert. The common action is alert, generate an alert, log the packet, ignore the packet. So what is the exercise for you is go to the snort.org, install Snort, yeah, and I want you to run the Snort in sniffer mode, that's Snort read, and I'm telling you, installing the Snort, modifying the Snort, it is configuration file, it's a difficult thing, right? And I always say, please make sure to have a virtual environment of your own, right? Don't try to move it on your Windows system and try to work on it. And I recommend you to work on Snort 2.0, not 3.0. 3.0 is still kind of in infancy stage, and it's not, it doesn't give you a bit of required, let's say, the output what you want. So Snort 2.0 is what I suggest. And then after configuring your Snort, then go to the packet logger mode, and then try to use it as a network intrusion detection mode. Yeah, the Snort C mode. Yeah, and you can use any rule you want, or try to create your own rule, and then finally you can actually start, see the snot in action. Yeah. So please take a picture of this and work on this exercise. And after your maybe your large. So there are two exercises. One is your thread mapping. The second one is running snot in these modes. Okay. Any questions till now? No questions?
So what are your thoughts on the lack of Windows virus?
Brilliant question. So, your colleague asked me, what is your thought on McAfee or Windows Defender and any of these kind of antivirus system? To be honest, if you want a honest answer,
Yes.
scrap. If you want a formal answer, these are nothing but rule-based detection systems. Literally rule-based. Imagine your Microsoft Defender, they have around 100 or 200,000 rules which is sitting there. So anything's a little something happens, it generates alerts that okay, something is happening, right? The same thing with McAfee. None of this are actually working as real antivirus. These are simple rule-based detection system. Tomorrow, you take Snort, create a repository of 100,000 rules. What is your name?
Gabriel.
You can call Gabriel antivirus system. No, literally that's how it works. Yeah.
And Scout is open source.
Yeah, it's open source. It's open source. It has a large community. You have so many tools. So many rules which is available. Yeah. And there is a Snort rule generator as well. Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah.
So because this stuff are open source, usually if you put it in a company, it's gonna take time to like in case like one of these software comes at a very big vulnerability and since some of them may use good, then you have a lot of access. So it's gonna take
Excellent question, right? So your colleague here is asking because it is open source, because if it's deployed in industry, if there is a vulnerability in the software, who is going to take the responsibility, right? So this is the beautiful thing of an open source, right? They don't release a version until unless they test sometimes. And what happens is the community supports, right? Because the community is running this. If there is a vulnerability in the tool, they openly come and say, okay, there is a vulnerability, please patch it up, or there is a new version which is released. This is one side. The other side of the story is, when you're using open source, you already know that it's an open source, but not paying millions of dollars for using this tool. So, you know the precaution, okay, it might fail or something. But honestly, as I mentioned, this was developed in 1998. Okay. After that, there might be another 100,000 IDS systems. Industry uses only those which are extremely stable. This is extremely stable tool. It does not have like those vulnerabilities. That's the reason there is like multiple versions. When I said it's not 2.0, it's not actually 2.0. It's 2.90 or something. So there's like multiple hundreds of versions which has evolved. Yeah.
Then what are the real antivirus?
Huh?
What are the real antivirus?
What are the
Real antivirus.
real?
Yeah. Like the one that is not just Windows.
Oh. So the question from one of your other colleagues here is, what are the real antivirus systems? I don't think there is one. I don't think really, honestly, no. I mean, because I explained to you what it is now, yeah? Go and check anything, right? It could be your Kaspersky, your Microsoft, your FireEye, anything, yeah? Everything is based on rules, right? And if you go to any of these conferences, huge conferences, they say, oh, we have been using AI-powered cybersecurity. What is AI-powered cybersecurity? They all just keep telling some blah blah. It really doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Okay.
Like
Yeah.
you're quite optimistic about AI cybersecurity.
Sorry?
You're quite optimistic about AI cybersecurity.
Very much, very much. So the question is, are you kind of optimistic about AI in cybersecurity industry? Yes, I am. The reason is very simple. So let's say something comes to the real world, like blockchain, cryptocurrency. Yeah. Until unless you see the real world use case, it is not successful. People say just, people spoke about blockchain for a lot of things. Oh, we use blockchain for this, that, and everything. Okay, cryptocurrency is going to be mainstream. No, it just became another asset, right? The same way when AI came, AI is not something which is new, right? Like anything which is machine learning, deep learning, everything, statistics, it's nothing but AI, right? But lately, from past 1.5, 2 years, we have started seeing applications, like how you can actually compress the data, the large language model. So you can compress the data as much as possible, and you can get a better output, and you can have the reasoning part. So what happens is, when you can bring in that whole idea of reasoning into cybersecurity, that is the edge what cybersecurity needs. Like to make a large language model to understand what is sniffing, what is analyzing a packet, what is Wireshark. Yeah? For example, CTF, right? If you want to capture the flag, imagine why you think an LLM cannot do your job? Why is that artificial intelligence cannot do your job as a capture the flag? Why? Why?
Because it cannot take thoughts of, like, take
No, it can maybe do that as well.
Able to decipher human.
Huh? Exactly, that is the part, right?
Because it's what makes us human that makes
That whole idea of thinking out of the box. Let's imagine if you look at the most difficult capture the flag, it's not about how good you are at your skill, but how good in your creativity to solve the problem, right? It's your analytical skill. So, literally, if an AI wants to become capable of doing in CTF, its reasoning capability should become advanced. The reason I'm optimistic is because of this. The reasoning capability of all the large language models, including ChatGPT 5.0, right, is becoming more and more advanced. And if you really build that intelligence with a large language model, the reasoning capability, I think we can solve these problems. Okay, any more questions? Man, you're already a master. I should come to a class with you. You don't. Tell me what is it? You can come here. People should. Yeah, I cannot hear you. Okay, speak loud. An event logger and a slot. Okay, so I did mention to you about the SIEM, SIEM, right? Security Event and Incident or Information Management. Yeah, that is a framework or a tool, whatever you can call, which can literally log your event, right? It is logging the event, and it's just the job is to just manage the event. That's it, right? Snort manages the event and tries to detect a specific pattern within your log, right? Like if you look at a bigger enterprise, SIM is sitting as a framework which can integrate with Snort, like Snort integrates with SIM, and even Suricata integrates with SIM. So SIM is acting like a holder or like an orchestrator which is controlling all this. Okay? So there's a huge difference. So Snort is an IDS, right? It's a detection system. It's just not an event logger. Event logger is like some event happens, you trigger a rule. Yeah? Here, if you look at more complicated rules of a Snort, you can detect even a ransomware, to be honest. Okay? Any more questions? I don't think we have time for malware foundations, but I'm just going to give you a bit of a glimpse. We have another 10-15 minutes, but
if you want, you can overrun by like 30 minutes, but it's up to your flight.
no, I think because I have a flight to catch, so that's the reason this workshop was put up here. I have to run to the airport after this. But let's go quickly through the malware foundations, and I'll give you a glimpse about that. So what is a malware? Huh? Okay, something that tries to gain access. Okay. Where is our smart fellow? Mr. Smart, what is malware? Don't Google. Okay. What is malware? Very good. I got the answer, you're too late. Exactly. Malware is nothing but the malicious software, right? It's two words, a combination of two words. Where is software, mal is malicious. Any software which is malicious is malware, right? Any piece of code, right, which can be malicious, becomes a malware. Did you Google it? Oh, nice keyboard. So, malicious software is, malware is any software designed to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to systems. Yeah. So, malware is nothing but a malicious software. So, it's executed without user consent, can steal, encrypt, delete sensitive data, can control or disrupt system operation. Honestly, right, for me, being a cybersecurity professional from both the academic and industry point of view, I would not be worried if the attacker's behavior is too advanced. I'll be worried when attacker behavior and the malware, what he has designed, is both advanced. Because once, let's imagine there is initial access to the phishing email, then there is lateral movement, persistence, then it all depends on what is the capability of your malware to perform the action. Your malware can be a dropper, your malware can be a loader, a malware can perform a process injection, a malware can do remote access trojan, your malware can do a lot of things which is too dangerous to imagine, right? But that's what I'm telling you. Like, I would be excited to look into something when the malware itself is very, very, very advanced. Any malware which is already a dropper and a loader is already advanced. You know, in my class back in NTU, we play with live malware, and I give a user license agreement saying everyone that you should read it. You're the sole responsible person to run whatever I teach in the class. Because we use virtual machine. Within the virtual machine, we use a couple of like Flavium, whatever it is, right? And we are not connected to the internet. I say don't enable internet on your virtual machine at all. We defang a malware. Defang is making it as an executable. Detonate the malware, double click the malware. Once you do that, within a matter of seconds, you don't know what it can do. It will start modifying your registry keys, it will go to your startup menu, it will start attaching to your bootloader, and it wants to start from the boot, and then it might have also encrypted the files. And if it knows it has the internet connection, it will start compromising your physical host machine as well. Imagine, this is possible. That's what I tell everyone in the class. You're the sole responsible, and I deal with my own set of malware which I write in the class, or even the complicated ones which is available. If you don't know what you're doing with malware, even this is the same thing I tell you everyone, right? If you don't know what you're doing with the malware, don't do it, right? Especially when you're doing the reverse engineering of a malware. So that is the most advanced, class I take, the reverse engineering of a malware, where I go to the assembly level of a malware. Once you defang and detonate it, if you don't know what you're doing, it will go to your physical host. From physical host, it can go to other things and it can compromise a larger enterprise itself. So always be careful, all right? So we have another 10 minutes. Let's go in. So this is the evolution of malware. It started in 1980s, with simple virus and worms called Morris worm. And then there were email worms and trojans in 1990s. And then there was mass internet infection, something called Configure in 2000. And then after 2000, then you have the ransomware and APTs, right? Like fileless malware, sophisticated APTs, WannaCry, SolarWinds attack. So this is what you can call it as the evolution or the steps of a malware. What are the key characteristics of a malware? Self-replicating, like worms and virus. Stealth and persistence, like rootkits, fileless malware. Evasion technique. Why malware is crazy, why I love malware is because of this, right? I don't know what example I can give you, but it's like seeing the Nolan movie of Interstellar, or like, bringing crazy things which you cannot imagine, right? Yeah, like especially this part, right? Polymorphism, metamorphism. Imagine a malware tried to rewrite a piece of code by itself. It tries to rewrite a piece of code by itself. Now, what is the most crazy thing? It tries to rewrite the entire structure of the malware by itself. It will have another version of itself. That is the capability of a malware. And if the malware is so advanced, how can you detect such a malware? How? So malware is not something which is kind of a simple thing, right? So it has the capabilities like polymorphism and packing. So I'll show you something if you have time. So when you do static analysis is one of the things where you don't run a malware and you try to analyze the portable executable, the P structure of the file of your, right, and of a malware. When you look at the P structure, when the malware is packed, you don't see anything, right? But once you execute it, once you detonate it, it will open up its import address table. So here's the thing, right? And it can also do the encryption. What are the objectives of malware? Financial gain, espionage, destruction and disruption, hacktivism and political motives. So whatever you can name it. I have not seen an attack till now which is just based on some simple basic attacks, like you perform like a denial of service or cryptojacking or man-in-the-middle attack. These are very, very simple things. These are like your initial baby steps to get into something. But you have to be scared when the malware is involved, when it starts becoming a dropper, a loader, and then it performs all its nasty actions to establish the CMC. So this is the life cycle of a malware. Stage 1, reconnaissance and target selection. Reconnaissance is again, what is reconnaissance? Huh?
Is like
Simple man, gathering information, that's it. Remember the thief story. A thief is standing in front of your house, looking at your house, that's it. Sorry, what were you saying?
It's just based on the information it gets from reconnaissance, it chooses which one is the easiest to attack or the one where it attacks and gets the greatest value.
Anything related to the gathering the information. And the stage 2 is development and weaponization. Meaning to say, once you know the target, then you start preparing on what kind of tool or what kind of method I should be able to use. Stage 3 is delivery and exploitation to deliver the malware itself. How do you deliver the malware is another thing, right? Not every malware will be, let's say, you detonate a malware, it doesn't mean that malware is executed. It will connect to internet and maybe it will download another piece of malware to start its malicious activity. Execution and persistence is stage 4, executing a malware and persisting the network. Command and control, the most crucial step to establish the server to your attacker and to fetch the information. Data exfiltration, damage and lateral movement, like whatever you want to fetch the information, right? So what are the key components of the malware? Dropper and loader, initial infection stage, payload, malicious actions performed, CMC, communication with attacker, persistence mechanisms like registry key and schedule task. So imagine a malware changes your registry keys. So whenever you boot up, you see the malware, right? So that is the capability of a malware. Okay. I don't think we need to. So malware payload is the malicious part of the malware. That's what you want to know about this first one. Propagation is how malware spreads from one system to another. Like as I mentioned here, exploiting network vulnerabilities, email phishing, USB drops. This is Stuxnet example. Social engineering. That is another beautiful thing which I'm seeing today. These days, right? Like use Facebook, Instagram, TikToks, whatsoever, to send all these links or some other very basic things to do the initial access. Command and control, as I already mentioned, is to establish the connection to the remote server, right? But one of the key things what you should know is these three things, right? Polymorphism, metamorphism, and packaging techniques, right? Polymorphism is what I'm telling, right? What is the craziness of a malware? It can write a piece of its code by itself. It writes a piece of code by itself. Is polymorphism. But no, this is the Nolan capability malware. It has a metamorphism. It means that it rewrites its entirety. It rewrites its whole piece of malware by itself and changes its structure. So if you have a metamorphism capability of a malware, then it's extremely difficult to detect it, right? Then packaging. Packaging, why you do it? So for the, it's one of the obfuscation technique. Obfuscation meaning, when you pack something in a box, it's mysterious, you don't know what is inside the box, right? Maybe think it like this. You want to put a diamond ring inside a box, but you use a big box, right? And thinking, oh, it's a big box and maybe it has too much of weight, but when you lift it, it's very lightweight, right? The same way here, when you pack a malware, it won't display its import address table, it won't display what is the size of the malware, but when you unpack it, you'll see the size of the malware is actually quite big, yeah? And there are very famous packers like UPX, which is used in the, like malware distribution. Then you have the obfuscation techniques. Like if you look at any of your JavaScript, malware can be embedded within the JavaScript, right? Then you have the code injection. So this is another very crazy thing. I have seen in my class, which where I take, where one of the malware, during the process injection, it writes a shell script in a Windows process. It actually writes a shell script in a Windows process, and then the shell script is used for the remote access. Quite crazy things what malware can achieve. Then you have the DLL hijacking, that's very common. Then API hooking is again like you take multiple API calls and try to do the API hooking. This is another capability of the malware how it operates. Malware infection vectors, you have phishing, exploit kits, drive-by downloads, supply chain attack, malvertising. Malvertising is again, you go to a free website and you see hundreds of advertisements and you click on a website. Either it will take you to some nasty, you should not see website at your age, or it will take you to some other things which is crazy. From there it is easy for an attacker to take the money from you. Yeah? Zero-day exploit. And you have the common kits like phishing kits, exploit frameworks, malicious ad networks. So these are the types of malware: virus, worm, Trojan, ransomware, spyware, adware, rootkits, APTs, fileless malware. Current trends is fileless malware, AI and machine learning malware, targeting critical infrastructures. And this one, right? This can become a very main thing. It's already kind of become a main thing, ransomware as a service. But this is one of the very interesting part. Multi-vector attacks. these are some of the impact of a malware. All right? Okay, I don't have time for malware analysis, but I just give you a glimpse of that. What I wanted to show you is this one. This is Lenny Zelstor. How many of you know Lenny Zelstor? Lenny Zelstor is the, like let's say one of the main guys, like Godfather who created remnants. He's a very, very prominent guy. Yeah. So he came up with this pyramid. Fully automated analysis is like your hybrid and automatic analysis, where you can use virus total or hybrid analysis from FireEye. Yeah. It's easy. You can't do much. Then the complicated one is the static analysis, where you analyze the static properties of the malware, like the process executable, the P structure itself. Then the dynamic analysis, when you run a malware and you use multiple tools, and you try to fetch the network-based and the host-based indicators. So that is the complex one. And finally, the peak is the manual code reversing. That's what I teach in the peak of my class. You go to malware, you break down the malware, you try to run a malware, but you go into the assembly level of a malware to understand how it is executing. Right? So this is the peak of your malware analysis. Yeah, this I think we have too much. So this is your P, what I mentioned. Portable executor, how it looks like. I don't think we have time for all this. And this is some of the, so you can take a snapshot or a picture of my contact in case if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. I would like to take maybe 1 more hour, but I have to go, I have to catch a flight. So thanks a lot guys, you have been wonderful audience. Excellent questions. Maybe I can spend 5 more minutes. If you have any questions or if you need any guidance or advice, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah. Any questions? Yes. Huh? Sorry?
How did the word actually replicate itself? Because of the in terms of signature, cryptographic signature.
Okay, so for example, it could have a hash value. Yeah, maybe it has a hash value, but the hash value is a very basic thing for anyone to analyze a malware, right? It doesn't matter. Yeah, but if the malware is able to rewrite itself, it might have a very other complicated functions. So if you have a hash value, fine. What do you know about the hash value? It belongs to a specific malware, maybe or something. But after rewriting, if it has generated different functionality, it can do other complicated things, right? So that is a good question, but doesn't matter with that. It's a very simple thing. Even if you go to virus total, you put up the hash. Yeah, you can see multiple, malware types for a single hash or same hash, right? So it's just a matter of skill. Okay, any other questions? Okay, then thanks a lot. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Vinay, for taking his time off his busy schedule to share more about cybersecurity. And now we would like to present a token of appreciation. So there's a Blahaj and YubiKey that we're presenting.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I see that guy is always putting like this. Is it like a common thing to put? Thanks a lot for this. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you guys, you have been a lovely audience. And what I suggest to you is, if you want to really enjoy cybersecurity, don't take it like a profession or something that it will gain you money or something. it's extremely difficult to do in cybersecurity like that. Until unless you have a passion, you think like a spy, think like something it is creative, you cannot do cybersecurity. It's a very boring job. Okay? Alright.
Thank you very much for
No
your
worries,
time.
no worries.
Thanks a lot.
Yes.
You know what?
No, just mute.
if you are in game, and you are going to, I don't know, like if you can't pause the game, then you have to in, throw, and exit now. If you're playing like League or something, leave. Okay, so yes, I will now start on reverse engineering. Okay, so I'm going to do a bit of, I have a laser. Okay guys, so reverse engineering. Well, let's go. So let's start with the question, what is reverse engineering? Right? Because we throw this term around, and actually this has some connection to the content that we covered earlier today by Dr. Vinay. Right? So in the context of software, at least, reverse engineering is the process of breaking apart and analyzing a product or an algorithm or some compiled program, and you want to see how the program works. So you want to get a deeper understanding of the inner workings of a program. Okay, so what do we reverse engineer? Well, malware is something that's commonly reverse engineered because you want to know how the malware works so that you can defend against it. People like to reverse engineer games. Right? For example, this is a Lego Island, right, which has been fully decompiled, and you can now play it in your browser because a bunch of people love the game so much they reverse engineer the entire thing. A lot of people reverse engineer games to write cheats for it also. So like people decompile CSGO to make game bots and whatnot. Compiled software. So this is usually for the context of security analysis. Cryptographic functions. So you all did crypto yesterday. Hopefully you all understood the crypto lesson yesterday. If you all didn't get it, I'll Wari and Asazio in the Discord, right? But we also reverse engineer cryptographic functions because we want to understand how the cryptographic functions work and whether they have vulnerabilities, right? And something that's commonly reverse engineered as well is legacy software. So a lot of code was written in the 90s and early 2000s, which is no longer being maintained. And sometimes we still use that software to this day. And like let's say there's a security hole in it, right? The only way that we can approach it is if we reverse engineer the software because we know the original source code. Now, a lot of these, it is illegal for you to reverse engineer them without permission, right? So we will look at legal things only today. Okay. Okay, so why do we reverse engineer, right? We want to figure out a program performs some function, right? To fully break down what the program is doing. Or maybe if we know that a program takes a certain input and gives you a certain output, we want to work backwards. So like, imagine a program that checks for a license key, right? Like, you buy the software, you need to buy the license key, and then the software checks if the license key is valid. So that is the forward direction. But you go in reverse. So your end state is you want the program to say, yes, your license is valid, but you don't have a license key, right? So you reverse the process, or you invert the function. That's what the -1 means, to invert the function. So you work backwards from no license key to a license key. Wow. That is usually illegal. And also, sometimes you know that a program does some function and you want it to do something else. So you can think of this as like a hidden cheat code in a program, right? Like maybe the program author doesn't tell you that if you do this specific key combination, it will do something, but you can reverse engineer the program yourself and find out that it does that. So like I said, cheat codes is an example, like finding out how to spawn certain things in certain games. Why? Why do we do this? Right? So it's important to understand why programs work in order to secure them, right? And in security research, you're performing reverse engineering all the time, actually. So like when we give you a JavaScript, like some code in JavaScript, maybe you're trying to find out, oh, what does this JavaScript function do? Or maybe you have a Python script, and you're like, oh man, what's this Python script doing? Or maybe you have a program and it keeps crashing when you do certain inputs, so then you reverse engineer it and you figure out, oh, the reason why it's crashing is because I'm doing this, doing that, and the program is responding in these ways. This meme won't make sense to most of y'all. Okay, So how do we reverse engineer, right? The process of reverse engineering can be quite tedious because a lot of the time it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Programs are big, and the specific functions that you want in programs can be hard to find, right? So a lot of the reverse engineering process is cutting through the noise. So you could have 1,000 functions to analyze, but you want to isolate it down to maybe like only 5 functions that to analyze. And a lot of the times it's so exhaustive and there's so much stuff to go through that you don't even like try and get source code, or you don't try to get an intermediate representation. You just throw things at the program and see what it does and try and reason out its behavior. You can think of it like a black box, right? Like if I've got a black box, I don't know what's inside, but I put certain things in and certain things come out, then maybe I can guess what is in the box. Okay, and how do we approach this, right? There's no one-size-fits-all solution for reverse engineering. Reverse engineering is very broad. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and there's a lot of different situations that you'll encounter. For the scope of BlahajCTF, so the challenges that I've set for you guys coming this Saturday, there will be challenges that are within the scope of these slides. There will be challenges that are slightly out of the scope of these slides. And it is, well, the challenge for you guys to figure out how to approach those that are out of scope. So there's a lot of different tools for different tasks. Let's start with D, right? Like D obfuscators, or D compilers, or debuggers. And usually reverse engineering is very demoralizing, right? I will teach you some of these things today. Okay, I will cover part 1, and then hopefully I can speed run it, and we can have lunch. Okay, let's talk about software at a low level. And by low level, I don't mean like easy, right? Usually when you talk about levels in like video games, when you say low level, it means like the easiest levels, but no. What I mean is we want to look at the nitty-gritty of how programs work. So, we've got a scale called the level of abstraction, right? So at the very highest level, let's say you're writing Python code, right? Or you're writing code in C or something, and you have a string. So like a string is just text, right? To us, we understand this to be the text. This is a string, and it is a string because we put the little quotation marks around it, right? But one level down, right, in abstraction, a string is actually just a collection of characters, right? Can we agree on that? That's true, right? And actually, a collection of characters to a computer is just a collection of numbers. So if you guys remember from yesterday's cryptography lesson, right, they, like David and Zazo used this function called bytes to long, or long to bytes, right? So words, the words in the sentence are characters, and the characters are bytes, and the bytes are numbers in a list. And at the absolute lowest level of abstraction, all of these numbers are actually just ones and zeros in the computer. It's just binary. Okay, let's look at another example. This is actual Python code. So this is Python code to add 2 numbers together and add the number 10 to it, right? It's a very basic function. At one lower level of abstraction is what the Python runtime is actually running. So the thing is, to us, we write this code, like to run the Python script, right? But to Python, this is what it actually sees under the hood, which you can see is a lot more verbose, right? Load fast, binary op, load const, a bit more complex. Then at one lower level of abstraction, all of these instructions that the Python runtime is using are actually also just bytes. And at the absolute lowest, it is binary. Okay, so to recap and to make it a bit clearer, at the highest level of abstraction that we work with, we have readable source code. So it's code that you can read, that you can type, that you can edit, that you can compile, that you can run. Right? Then one level lower is what we usually call an intermediate representation. So it's somewhere in between what the computer is actually looking at and what we are writing as code. Right? Sometimes this is called bytecode, and we will touch a bit more on bytecode later. One level down, and it's assembly. Ooh, scary, right? Assembly, right? Which is what your computer is running. And actually, the truth is your computer isn't running the assembly, it's running the machine code that the assembly is representing. So machine code is all the bits and bytes, and it's what's actually existing on your computer. So we will be looking at these 3 levels of abstraction, because it is intractable for us to actually look at machine code, right? In most contexts, right, a compiled program, as you can see, this is the highest level of abstraction, which is what you're editing. You pass it into what's called a compiler, and the compiler will translate it into machine code that the computer can run. Right? Because if you write code and you just toss it to a computer, the computer's going to be like, oi, what's this? Right? Computer understands this, computer doesn't understand this. Okay, and let's look at some number systems, because this will come up a lot later, right? I might have to write a bit. So, we are familiar with decimal, right? This is the number. Hey, what's my drawing tablet? Oh, my drawing tablet is working. Okay, decimal. These are the numbers that we are familiar with, right? Because you use your hands. How many numbers can you count to with your hands? 10, exactly, right? This is why we count in tens. So, for the most part, the number 124 represented in decimal, so I use the low 10 there to indicate that we're in decimal, can be broken down into 1 times 100, 2 times 10, plus 4, right? Because I'm going by the ones digit to the tens digit to the hundreds digit. Wow, this drawing tablet is terrible. Okay, hexadecimal. You see, now in hexadecimal, instead of counting to 10, we're counting to 16. So, what we're used to is counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? But in hexadecimal, we now have A, B, C, D, E, F, right? I think this was covered yesterday. I would have known if I came, but I didn't come. So for example, 0x7c, right? Where's my cursor? 0x7c, which is represented in hex, we can do the same thing. So the ones digit is C, and C is 12. Then the tens digit is 7. But instead of multiplying by 10, we multiply by 16 because we work in hexadecimal. So actually, if you do the math, 7 times 16 is, what is it? 7 times 16, that feels like 112. And then you plus 12, that's 124. It's the same number, right? So 124 in decimal is represented as 0x7c in hexadecimal. Going one level lower, binary, right? Instead of counting in tens or counting in 16s, we count in twos, right? So the ones digit represents 2 to the power 0, the tens digit represents 2 to the power 1, the hundreds digit represents 2 to the power 2, and so on and so forth. So it's like powers of powers of powers, right? This number, so 0b111100 in binary, this should also equate to 124 if I made the slides properly. So yes, these are the number systems that we will usually encounter. At the end of the day, everything is binary. Okay, so now that you guys hopefully understand what bytes and bits are, right? So when we use hexadecimal, I want you guys to notice something. 16 is 2 to the power of 4. 4, correct. So actually, what we can represent with 2 characters in hexadecimal is all the way up to, okay, so if we do a 0xFF, so this is the same as me writing 99, if you think about it in decimal. Oh my god. 0xFF is the same as doing 15 times 16 plus 15. And what does this equal to? Quick math, 255. 255, that is 2 to the power of 8 minus 1. So 1 byte, which we can represent with 2 letters in hexadecimal, right? So like 0x00 all the way to 0xFF, that's 1 byte. And that represents 8 bits, right? That's 2 to the power of 8. So 1 byte is 8 bits, keep this in mind. These terms are much more rarely used, but we still use it sometimes. So 2 bytes is 1 word, for some reason. 2 words is 1 double word, which makes sense. And 4 words is 1 quad word, because this is not a very creative naming scheme. Okay, Either way, the most important one that you guys need to know, 1 byte is 8 bits. So 0x00 to 0xFF, which is the range of 1 byte, is 0 to 255, which is the range of 8 bits. So that is 00000000 in binary, all the way to 11111111 in binary. Let me write that down. Maybe you guys would think that's important. 0x00 in hex is the same as this in binary, and 0xFF in hex is the same as this in binary. Okay, let me take off my jacket, it's really hot. Okay, moving on. Characters and numbers. So we touched on this a bit just now, and we touched on this a bit yesterday, but there's this thing called the ASCII table. So in truth, to us, right, characters are characters, characters are letters, but to a computer, characters are just numbers. So for example, this tiny example down here, I have a string that spells out keygenme, so KEYJENGENME. This is its representation as a string. But if I represent it as bytes, it's 0x6b, 0x65, 0x79, 0x67, 0x65, 0x6e, 0x6d, 0x65, right? So like, you can refer to the table here, right? E is 0x65. 0x65 is where on the table here? So in decimal, 0x65 is equal to 101, which is equal to E in ASCII, right? So this will be important. So, okay, now that we understand number systems, now that we understand that characters are numbers, that bytes are bits, and that numbers are bytes and bits, all that, right? Let's do a bit of actual reverse engineering. So this is some super simple reverse engineering. Here I have a function that takes a string. And remember, strings are just characters and characters are just numbers, right? I take my string and I put it into this function called destroy text. And for each character in the string, I'm adding 3 to it. So how do I recover the original string? -3, good job. Okay, we can do this in Python. We can actually do this. So if we copy the function, first bytes C+3 for C and A. Okay, so then my OG string is like skibbity or whatever, right? So if I apply my function to skibbity, so it takes every character in skibbity and then it adds 3 to it, right? So then I can do the inverse. So like, let's say I make a function that does the opposite. So instead of destroy text, we make restore text. Wow, so creative. Right? Oh, whoops. Yeah, so if we do restore text instead, and then we apply it to the destroyed string, right? We get it back. We get skibbity back. Wow. Stellar work, guys. That's inversion. Okay, here's another function to try and invert, right? So I take my original string and then hello group. Hello group. Okay, I'm back. So we have a function that takes in a string. And then we pass it into this function, which does some shuffling. So if you guys did array, I don't know if you guys did array indexing yesterday, but those who understand, those who know what array indexing is, right? How do I undo this operation? Anyone? Any guesses? Any takers? What do you say? Unshuffle it? Yeah, no way. If I have a function that shuffles it, and I know the shuffling order, right, I can unshuffle it trivially, because it's like, imagine you have a deck of cards, and you know where you take the first card and where you put it in, right, when you're shuffling it. Then you can just take that card out and put it back. So again, that is an inversion. If I have a function that shuffles my string, I can unshuffle the string if I know how the shuffling works. Okay, now before we look at the next example, we need to talk about bitwise operations. Okay, so remember, numbers are bytes, are bits. Alright, so like over here, the number 23 is the same as 0x17 in hex. This might also die. Okay, I will project my voice for now. So, the number 23 in decimal is 0x17 in hex, is 010111 in decimal, right? The number 42 in binary. The number 42 in decimal is 0x2a in hexadecimal, is 101010 in binary, right? So, what can we do with the binary representation? Okay, here's the first interesting bitwise operation. It's called AND. So if I take 0 and 0 and I AND it together, so this is the operation. You can think of this as the same way you think of plus, minus, divide, or multiply, right? If I take 0 and 0, I get 0. I get 0 and 1, I get 0. If 1 and 0, I get 0. If both inputs are 1, I will get 1 out. So when we apply this to a number, right, when we apply this to numbers, what we do is we convert it into their binary representation. So, like I said, 23 is this in binary, 42 is this in binary, right? When I AND them together, I go step by step. So I look at 0 and 1. I AND them together. By the truth table, this is what's called the truth table, 0 and 1 give me 0. So my first digit is 0. 1 and 0 is 0. So on and so forth, right? So you can actually do this in Python. Okay, if you want to do it by hand, it's really annoying because you need to constantly divide. So like, for example, 23, you know is 16 plus 7, right? So if I have like 323, I will first have to look at the largest power of 16, which is 16 to the power 2. So if I have like 323, right? 323 is larger than 16 squared, which is 16 to the power 2. 67 is bigger than 16. So on and so forth, right? Actually, 16 cubed. How large is 16 cubed? See, it's smaller than 16 cubed. So if I take 323, to easily convert it to hex, I can just use the hex function in Python. So what this is doing, right? This is the same as doing all the complicated math but for us. So 323 in decimal is 1 times 256 plus 4 times 16 plus 3 in hexadecimal. Now if I want to convert this to binary, I can use bin. So bin of 323. This is the binary representation of 323. Okay, so as I was saying, right? The AND operation you can apply in Python also. So 23 and 42 give me 2. And the binary representation of 2 is 0, 1, 0. So this is 1 times 2 to the power of 1, 0 times 2 to the power of 0. Okay, hopefully that's not too confusing. Okay, let's look at the next bitwise operation. So just now we were looking at AND, now we're looking at OR. So OR is represented by a line, one straight line, right? One straight vertical line. The truth table goes like this: 0 or 0 is 0. 0 or 1 is 1. 1 or 0 is 1. 1 or 1 is 1. So easy way to remember this: if you have two inputs x and y, as long as either of them are equal to 1, the OR operation will produce 1. This will be relevant later. So again, our decimal example, 23 or 42 gives me 63. Because if I represent it in binary, right, I will take 0 or 1 is 1. 1 or 0 is 1. 0 or 1 is 1. 1 or 0 is 1. 1 or 1 is 1. So I go step by step and I apply the operation to each digit in binary. You can also do this in Python. So if you do 23 or 42, you get 63. Okay, notice something as well. Yes?
That's like non-binary to hex, then
Binary to hex, hex to decimal. Okay, to answer this question as well. So to convert from binary to hex to decimal, the easiest way is to convert the decimal first. So for example, 101010 in binary, right? If you add 0b at the front and you hit enter, Python will interpret it as just a regular decimal number. So that's 42, right? Then if I do, so just now I said if you do hex, then the number, it will return the hex representation, right? I can directly apply it. So hex of 0b101010, so that's 28, right? So we'll be doing this quite a bit. Okay, this is the OR operation. Now, we have seen AND, we have seen OR. Now we have exclusive OR. What sort of name is exclusive OR? I don't know who came up with it, it's really dumb. But we call it XOR or XOR. Or
We learned this like yesterday.
yes, yesterday you all did this, right, for AES. So
Why do we
just to do a refresher, right, exclusive OR, the easy way to remember it, if I input X and input Y, if they are different, I will output 1. If they are the same, I will output 0. So you can look at the truth table here. Then when we're applying XOR to numbers, right, again, you go step by step. 0 XOR 1 is 1. 1 XOR 0 is 1. The only ones that match up here is this one and this one. When you XOR them together, you get 0. True. Okay, this is XOR. Okay, some other things that might have been covered a bit yesterday, but I will still cover again today for posterity because we will be doing this later, right? Bit shifting. So this whole time when I've been doing the binary representation, you notice that I've been adding zeros at the start, right? Because the number 23, it's 10111 in binary. I don't have to put the leading 0. But our computers represent things with fixed sizes. So most commonly, remember how many bits in a byte? 8, exactly. So if I'm using a byte as my lowest unit, right, as my smallest unit, even if my number doesn't take up all 8 bits, I will still add zeros at the front to represent the full range. So for example here, is 23 in decimal, is 0x17 in hex, which is 10111 in binary. But I will add the leading 3 zeros so that this is a nice round 8 bits. Capiche? Make sense? Right. So now, bit shifting. I can shift my bits. So for example, if I bit shift forward, or to the left by 2, right? I will take every digit, every binary digit, and I will shift it forward by 2 places. And then, since it's shifted forward, at the end, you just have zeros, right? And then the things at the front, they explode, they disappear. You get rid of them. So, in Python, to simulate this, I would do 23. Okay, so the thing is, if I do 23 and I left shifted by 2, I get 92. True, right? But usually we have to end it by 0xFF. If you guys still remember, the binary representation of 0xFF is all ones, right? This is so that we can simulate restricting to the size of 8 bits in Python, because Python has infinite, in air quotes, infinite integer length. But usually we operate with fixed length. Okay, so that's left shifting. Any guesses what right shifting does? Any guesses? What does right shifting do? If this is left shifting, what's right shifting?
Shifting to the right, the ones on the right explode.
So that's right shifting. You take everything and you shift it to the right. It's in the name, right? And anything that's at the end explodes and disappears. We don't need it anymore. Yeah, so this is right shifting. Quite important. You will see these operations a lot. And if you still remember yesterday's content, I don't know if David glossed over it, but these functions exist in cryptographic functions as well. Okay, so challenge, mini challenge, right? I have a function where it takes every character of my string and I XOR it against 42. How do I get my string back?
XOR 42.
You XOR 42 again. That is correct, right? You XOR by 42 again. Why does that work? Why does that work? So this is a property of XOR, right? A XOR with 0, like any A when you XOR it with 0 gives you A. You just think a bit about it, right? Because anything that is like 1 in the original representation, XOR against 0 is still 1. Anything that's 0 in the original representation, XOR against 0 is still 0. So if you take any number and you XOR it against 0, it gives you the number back. Cool. Now, if you take a number and you XOR it against itself, you get 0. Can someone explain to me why that works?
All the ones I have, all the zeros right now, the ones XOR ones and zeros XOR zeros, all 0.
Okay, so the abridged version of that explanation is just every digit is the same. And as we said just now with exclusive OR, if they are the same, they turn into 0. So what we are doing here, right, we are taking each character of the original string, A, and we XOR it against, in this case, our C is 42, and we produce some B. Now, if I take that B, and I XOR it against C again, right, then I expand out my expression. So I take A XOR C, and sub it in for B, then I XOR C again. My C's over here, get destroyed and turn to 0. And A XOR 0 equals A. So we restore the original characters by just doing XOR one more time. So an un-XOR operation is actually just XOR. This is called bijection. I think this is called bijection. Okay, now that we know what bitwise operations are, and now that we know what XOR and bit shifting and OR and all of that is, let's look at a CTF challenge, right? Which is what you guys are going to be doing. Okay. I'm going to walk through this one because it's really verbose. Okay, so the version that you guys have is actually a bit more complicated for no good reason. That is my fault, unfortunately, right? But all we're doing, F equals diversification. Okay. I will walk through how we would reverse engineer this program. Then after we finish this, we can have lunch. Pardon? Yeah, this is VS Code. Okay. The guys at the back, are you able to see my code? Really? I thought the font size was really very big. Is this big enough? Big enough, big enough? Okay. Yeah, I can't see it either. Okay, I'm going to project my voice because I cannot type and hold the mic at the same time. Okay. Let's look at this. So, you can follow along. You should follow along, actually. Yeah. So when I run this script with Python, I don't have Python. I need Python 3. Okay. So when I run my script with Python, it will ask me for the flag. I don't know what the flag is. I'll give it some input. It's gonna tell me I'm wrong. Oh no, right? So what's the point of the challenge? The one of the challenges for me to find what the correct input would be so that the program would tell me I'm correct. So let's work backwards. Let's trace what this program is doing. So, literally going in reverse, right? The last check that we have here is checking if f is equal to h. So it's checking if f is equal to h. Looking at my code, h is some array with a bunch of numbers, right? What do you mean? What is it?
No,
Okay.
you look at that and you just figure out.
You listen along. So, okay, to reiterate, the goal of this challenge is to find the correct input, because when you run the program, it asks you for an input, right? It will ask you for an input. You want to find the correct input so that the program will say correct rather than wrong. So we'll work backwards. So, h is just a bunch of numbers in an array. So this is our target that we want to work towards. And since we can just edit the source code, I can just rename this to target so that it's a bit clearer, right? Okay, next is f. So f is doing a lot of things. Actually, I do need to whiteboard this. The people who are watching on the screen can suffer because I'm not gonna read the whiteboard. Oh no. Do we have a duster? Like a bad duster? Live stream viewers, I am so sorry. You guys will suffer. Anyways, so let's look at what this operation is doing, right? So, what is this? What is this again? What is this called? Left shift. Right. Okay. Then what is this called? Right shift. Okay, good. Okay, so I want you guys to notice something. Let's say I have a number that is represented with 8 bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? So in my code, this is d of g. Yeah, that's their problem. It's their problem. That's great. They can listen to my words and they will figure it out. So d of g is represented with 8 bits, right? When I shift to the left by 2, I will keep everything except the last 2 bits, right? And then it goes like, whoa, right? New, right? Then this keeps the first 6 bits 6. Now when I shift to the right by 6, what am I using? What am I using when I shift to the right by 6? Yes, I'm losing the last 6 bits. So I'm going to be left with these 2. So why is this relevant? I'm then performing an OR operation. So let's do a practical example. 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. That's sometimes right? When I shift this number to the left by 2, I am using these 2. No, we're not using those 2 bits, we're using the front 2. So when I shift this to left, all of this goes on, right? And then I start with this part of the this way. Okay, so I lose the front 2. Now, when I take the original number again, and I shift it to the right by 6, I lose all of this, right? I lose all of that, and I get a bunch of zeros at the front. Right? Right? Everyone following so far? More or less? When you take this, and you OR it with this, what you've actually done is you've taken the front 2 bits, and you've put it to the back. This is called a rotation. Whoa, yes. So my original thing is rotated, and I take the front 2 bits, and I shoved it to the back. I picked a really bad example because the rotation of this number is still the same number. Ooh, right? So now we have figured out that what this is doing is a rotation. So if I am taking the front 2 bits, and I'm putting it at the back, what is the opposite of that operation?
Taking the back 2 bits and shifting it, putting it back at the front.
Exactly, I take the back 2 bits and I shift it to the front. So let me shrink the webcam on the stream so that people can see my screen. Oh man. Okay. So, okay. Okay, so the inverse operation, right? So if left shifting by 2 and right shifting by 6, and then ORing it together, takes the front 2 bits and put it at the back, then if I left shift by 6 and I right shift by 2, it will do the opposite. So let's keep that in mind, right? My opposite operation, so this is a comment, right? This isn't code that would run. It will be this. Okay, 6. So this is a start. This is a start. So remember, what we want is our target. So we want this array F to equal to our target. So we can go one step back now. So before target is the same as taking everything in the target. Ci. Then we shift it by 6, and we shift it by 2, and to accept that, or I then range, then off. Yeah, so this is going one step back. This is going one step back. Okay, now we can go one more step back. So now that we've figured out that F, or at least what goes to F, which is D, is going to look like this. Now we need to figure out how D is produced. So D is produced by taking B, yeah, this gets confusing, taking B and then XORing it against C. Let's come up with more descriptive names. So our input, when they ask us for the flag input, right, we put it into the variable called A. A is a stupid name because it's useless, right? So instead, I will call it my input. And then the next thing it does, what is that? ORD, A for A in my input. I want an ORD. I'm in NS. I want ORD in like now, right? Okay, what does ORD do? So remember, characters are numbers, right? How do we tell a computer, or how do we tell Python to take my character and turn it back into a number? ORD. If I take a character, okay wait, it's a bit small for the guys at the back, right? If I take a character and I apply ORD to it, it will give me the numeric representation of the character. So if you remember the hex table somehow, right, the ASCII table, the character A is represented by 97, which is represented by 0.61. So what B is doing is it's taking my input, then it goes character by character, and then it gets the numeric representation of my input. So this is my input as numbers, right? Okay. Okay, now it looks a bit clearer, right? Okay. C is just the string sharp, right? Doesn't change, but it's being used in an XOR operation. So let's call it key, right? So now we're meeting in the middle. Just now we worked all the way backwards from the last, like whoops. Give me a moment. This is target. So just now we worked from the back, and then we figured out what F was doing, right? Now we went from the front. Now we know what the front bit is doing. The front bit is taking my input as numbers, and it's XORing it against the key. How do we undo an XOR? You XOR it again. True. So we can undo the XOR. So we take this code and we copy it, actually. Because it's the same operation, we're just doing an XOR again. Okay. So after all of this work, you can see now we have undone the operations, right? Our target was this. We did a left rotation instead of a right rotation to undo this line, right? Oh my god. Right. So like just now we were talking about the left and right shifting, right? Then we did the opposite left and right shifting. Then we undid the XOR. And after undoing the XOR, we finally get what we are supposed to input. So we have worked all the way backwards. Now if I input this, it tells me I'm correct. Yeah. So this is basic reverse engineering. I know it's, for those who are not familiar with Python, this was a bit much. But unfortunately, it will only get worse from here. So yeah, okay. I will send this version of the script, right? I will send this version of the script with the annotations so that you guys can look at it again in Discord. And let me see what I have now. Is this my last bit of the... Okay, that is not the last bit of part 1, but it is lunchtime. So you guys can have lunch and think about what I just went through. My vegetarians and special diet, please collect your food first. Any vegetarians in the house? I know we have vegetarians. I know. You can run the CSIT.
Goodbye, online people.
Systems enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core. Systems down. Enemy detected. A silent cyber parasite is spreading.
Hunt it down fast.
Be rewarded with up to $30,000. You in? Every keystroke counts. Every second matters. It's a race to the core.
Okay, can everyone settle down, settle down, settle down, settle down. Settle down. I want to continue with my lesson. Okay, wait. Why am I on extend? I want duplicate. Okay, thanks. Okay, guys. Yo. Okay, so let's go back to the lesson. Let's talk about obfuscation. So obfuscation, that's a big word. That word has how many syllables? Obfuscation, that's 4 syllables. What does obfuscation mean? It means to make something obscure. Wow, right? Or unclear or unintelligible. So why do we bother with obfuscation? So just now, we had source code that we could read, although we did have to do a bit of relabeling ourselves so that the source code was easier to read, right? You see, the thing is, if someone can just get your source code and read it, then it'd be really easy for them to reverse engineer and figure out what your program is doing, right? You, as a software developer or programmer, you want to prevent that. So you want to make it as difficult as possible for someone to read your code. Okay, do remember that this is in the context of like production software, right? Like if you are writing code to work on with your friends, you want your code to be readable. But if you are putting it out to the world and you want other people to not be able to read what you've written, well, you apply obfuscation. So here are some sorts of obfuscations that are commonly applied. Code minification. So what this means, this, for example, this is JavaScript, and this is the original code for a function, where it takes 2 numbers and it adds them together, right? And this is very descriptive. I know the function adds numbers, I know it takes in number 1 and number 2, and it returns me a sum. So that is the code in its full original form. However, if I minify it, so if I try and make it as small as possible, it gets reduced to this. So notice that all the extra information in the variable names is removed, any extraneous or any unnecessary code is removed, and this is harder to read compared to this. Okay, encryptions and encodings. I think yesterday you guys learned about encryption, right, in the cryptography lesson. So encryptions can be used as another way to obscure your code, because let's say this in Python, this is some basic Python code that just prints hello world. Well, I can encode it in base64, and in base64 it just becomes right, this isn't readable code. But I can then write extra code to decode it, and then run it, and then it will still perform the same thing. But at first glance, it will be like, oh, what's this code doing, right? I can't read this. So you can imagine, you can take code, you can encrypt it, and then you can write a program to decrypt the code and then run it. Okay, next, equivalent logic. So when you do things in life in general, right, there are many ways to get the same thing done. So like, it's like taking an alternative path from point A to point B. Let's say you want to swap 2 numbers, right? The usual code pattern for swapping 2 numbers is you take a number, you put it in a variable, you put it in another one, and you swap the 2. So this is what code usually looks like for swapping numbers. However, this, where we use XORs instead of equal, is because the flag is encrypted. The whole point is to find the password to decrypt it, right? Okay, so first function that actually runs reads the encrypted flag. Next function, arg232, right? Let's go up and see what it does. return input, right? Okay, so the trick here, right? Inside the code, you have all of these operations where it's like A something plus A something plus A something, right? At the very top, we can see what A actually equals to. A is equal to this really long string, which is just like an alphabet, right? So the really fun thing about being able to look at the code and run it yourself is that, right, so now in my Python shell, so in a separate Python window, I've taken out that line. I've taken out my definition of A. Then if I go back to arg232, I can just see what this evaluates to. So like, I can just copy all of this. I can see what it is. So I can just perform this expression, and then see, what this is actually doing is it's taking character number 48, because we start counting from 0, character number 48 from A, then we added the character number 76 of A, character 69 of A, 65 of A, so on and so forth. So what this is doing is it's reconstructing the string, but in an obfuscated manner. So 133 is actually our input, so this is my input. Let's replace that there. And we can do the same trick as just now. So like all of this A plus A plus A plus A, whatever stuff, we can evaluate it on our own outside of the script. You can see this is the string that comes from this, right? So, and similarly, we can actually see the check that is performed. So it checks if my input is equal, which just checks for equivalence, to this, and we know that this is some string. Right? So it's the string happy chance. So if we replace this with that, again, this is equivalent logic. I have not done anything to actually change what the program is doing. I am just removing the layer of obfuscation over it. So now I can read what arg133 is doing. What arg133 is doing. Yeah, so arg133 is actually performing my check on the password. So it's taking my input, checking if it's equal to happy chance. If it is, it returns true. And if it isn't, it returns false. So we have the rest of the program that's still obfuscated, but actually I don't care. I don't care what it does, because now I know if I type in happy chance, that arg133 will return true. And that's probably a good thing, because otherwise it will tell me the password is incorrect, right? So we can just follow this line of logic, and I get the flag, which is partially incomplete. But yeah, so we have deobfuscated the program, and we have found the password. Yeah, so yeah, notice that even in the process of deobfuscation, I did not have to deobfuscate the entire script. I just had to deobfuscate the parts of the logic that were most relevant to what I want to accomplish, which is getting the correct password. Everyone following so far? Is this clear?
Just put A equals whatever, and then you just do, and then you copy A, and then copy A equals components.
I can paste it, and the code will run. Okay, I'm gonna take a minute for you guys to digest that. Okay, I know I didn't start counting at like 1:16 sharp, but the minute of thinking has elapsed. So I am now going to move on. I will also send this deobfuscated version into the Discord account so that you guys can see it. This is so messy. Training, obfuscate. Let me show this out. Training the obfuscator version. Yep. Oh, that's good. Okay, well, I think you're distracted. Right. Because the file name has been like on safety.ts. Right now it's just like. Okay, I am going to move on to the next section. Like now. Okay, so to wrap up on obfuscation, right? De-obfuscation, which is the act of undoing obfuscation. Usually, well not usually, but sometimes, there are tools online that can help you with it. So, common language that gets obfuscated is JavaScript, because when you visit a website, you need to download the JavaScript that is running on the website. And people who write websites don't want you to just look at the JavaScript and be like, oh yeah, this is what the website's doing, right? So they obfuscate the JavaScript to make it as hard as possible for you to read it. However, in most cases, and usually in CTFs, right, obfuscation isn't just find the tool, throw it in, and you get an answer. You will have to trace the program logic yourself. So this will be relevant later when we look at symbolless programs. And if you are able to figure out how the obfuscation works, you can write the obfuscator yourself. Okay, now that we understand obfuscation for the most part, right? Let's talk a bit more theory when it comes to what programs are. Okay, so does anyone know the difference between a compiled and an interpreted language? You at the back. Okay, that is half correct. Okay, so a compiled language, which is usually like C or C++ or Rust or Go, right? You have a source code file, then you have to pass it into what's called a compiler, and the compiler will turn it into machine code, and then the computer can run the machine code. An interpreted language, on the other hand, like Python or JavaScript. So notice how you write Python scripts, right? And when you want to run the Python script, all you do is just say Python script.py, right? That tells the Python interpreter to read. All this means is that the source code that you write for an interpreted language gets passed through some program that reads the source code, understands what it's doing, and executes it accordingly, right? So there is no direct conversion into machine code here. It is completely opaque to the end user/programmer. However, not everyone can write in C. Not everyone can write in C or C++ or Rust. Most of us only learn how to write Python at the start. And maybe you write a Python script and then you send it to your friend. And your friend's like, hey, how do I run this? Yeah, I double click on it. Then it's like, open with what program? What is Python? Right? So they can't just run it straight away. What can you run straight away on Windows computers? You can run exe files, right? I'm pretty sure you've encountered an exe file before in your life. So you can turn your Python scripts into exe files, and then you can just send it to your friends, and they can just run it without installing Python, right? What this is called is bundling. So an interpreted language like Python or JavaScript can be bundled to an executable format, and then it can be run without needing the interpreter installed. So, like I said, okay. What is relevant here is that usually when you bundle an interpreted language into an executable program, either the readable source code or the intermediate representation exists somewhere in the program still. It's not all converted into machine code. Okay, so let's talk some practical examples of things that have this property. I know you all play Minecraft, right? Yeah, some people are playing Minecraft right now, which you should close, right? Minecraft mods. Okay, when I played Minecraft all the way back in 2017, right? I had to install mods through Forge, and then like I would have to install these things like these jar files or whatever. I didn't have Fabric. What's Fabric, right? So jar files are Java executable files, or jar is actually short for Java archive, right? And it is a bundling of Java code into an executable format. Okay, Pygame and PyInstaller and RenPy, this is another bundling that is very common. So like I said, a lot of people only know how to write Python, but they still want to make games, they still want to make programs, and they want to be able to share it without people needing to install Python to run it. So there are these things to package Python together and then distribute it in one shot. So a common framework that leverages this is called RenPy. People use it to make visual novels. And Pygame just exists here and there. You can probably find it on itch.io. Okay, .NET. .NET is another language that is technically can be compiled, but that exists in IR when you compile it. So .NET, you commonly see it in Windows to make forms or to make programs or to make ransomware. This is ransomware, right? Back in 2018, a lot of people made a lot of ransomware with .NET. JavaScript, if anyone has done web development here, you can take JavaScript and you can turn it into executable programs also, right? With wrappers like Dino, which run with Rust. Okay, so if we have a program that is an interpreted language but bundled, how do we get the source code out? Or an approximation of the source code? Well, usually the answer comes by going to google.com, right? I will spell it out for you, Google, period, C-O-M, right? Google.com, and then you type into the search form how to decompile this language, and then it will tell you the answer, usually, right? So like, for example, with Python, if I know that file is compiled Python script, I can just search, hey, how do I compile Python? And then it tells me, oh, you can use tools like uncompile, decompile tree, there's some web tools you can use, Pylingual is a thing. Or like, let's say I have a jar file, I have a Java program, and I'm like, no, how do I get the source code out? I can go to Google, it can be like Java, jar, extract source code, decompile jar file, right? Then it will tell me, oh, you can use a decompiler like Java decompiler to decompile Java. Wow, good one, right? There are even online decompilers for Java. So, how do I figure out what the program actually is? So, let me do a practical example, right? The thing is, it is not immediately obvious sometimes that a program is actually a compiled, like interpreted language. Sometimes it's a bit more obvious than not. So like, let's say with this challenge, okay, I want you to observe very closely. How do I view as icons? Extra large icons. I want you to observe the following. So in this challenge, I have an exe file. We know exe files are runnable Windows programs. However, the icon suspiciously looks like a Python. Yeah, so it turns out this is a PyInstaller program, and I can use tools online to extract it. Alternatively, I have this challenge, which I'm actually going to walk through with you all, like immediately after. So fifi.class. What is .class? I can't run this. When I double click it, Windows tells me, select an app to open this .class file. Maybe I should use Darktable. I don't know, right? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? A useful tool. Also, by the way, for my Windows users, which is most of y'all, if you shift and right click in a folder, you can open WSL straight into the folder, so you don't have to type the path. That's tech. Okay, so there is there's a thing called strings. There's a program called strings. If you pass in a file into the program strings, it will extract the string from the file. Amazing, right? So for example, Computing.class, right? If I try to open it in VS Code as is, it will tell me, oh, unsupported text encoding, and then I try to open it, and it's like, oh man, how am I supposed to read any of this, right? However, if I use the strings program, it will only pluck out the readable strings from the file. And I can see Java. What was this written in? Not JavaScript, it's Java, right? JavaScript and Java are as different as carpet and car, right? Please keep that in mind. Or maybe, okay, there's another challenge I put inside the folder that you guys can try at home, which is supercomputer, right? If I'm probably gonna have a hard time seeing this magnifier. Ah. Oh my god, that's really big. Oh my god, magnifier, thank you. Good. So, on the right hand side, this is the pseudocode output from Gidra. So I take a program and I put it into Gidra, and it shows me that the source code approximately looks like this. At the same time, it can show me the assembly code that makes up this program. And assembly, we're going to learn assembly later. But yeah, so that's the assembly code that actually makes up the program. Thank you. What the? You all need to do something about this. Okay. Raw disassembly, what's my next slide? Okay. So, most of the time you will apply decompilation to your executable files. So, in Windows, if you were listening to Dr. Vinay's workshop earlier in the morning, right? Oh my god! Why did this microphone stop working? Okay. If you were listening to the workshop this morning, right? Dr. Vinay spoke about PE files. Right? PE files are actually your exe files on Windows. PE is just a formal name for them, right? It's short for portable executable. So actually something quite magical is that if you perform a... That sounds like it's working. If you perform a hex dump, or in other words, if you print out the bytes that make up a program, an exe file will always start with M to use in Linux is file. So, for example, if I run file on the supercomputer exe file, right, it tells me that it is a PE32 executable .NET assembly for Microsoft Windows, right? So the file command actually tells me the format of the file that I'm passing through it, right? Yeah, look, there's the rest of it. You need to practice some compassion. You need to think for your fellow man.
I see him fellow man.
Amelia, you done with your side? You done with your...
I don't know because only down here, your installation is issue or not?
Okay, look, I need to continue with the rest of the lesson. So if you guys still have installation problems, raise your hands. We will try and resolve it ASAP because I want to continue. Okay, I think we have 90% coverage. I think we have 90% coverage in a row. So I am going to continue. Hello. Chat, guys, can I get your attention? Hello, please. Okay, I am going to continue with the lesson. So, everyone that has opened GitHub or are looking at a directory I have, I'm just going to call it scratch. What? Non-share project. So make a non-share project and put it in whatever folder you want. Name it whatever you want. I won't judge you. Can I get a thumbs up? Can I get a thumbs up if you've done it? Okay, a bit more thumbs up. Say, what's going on in this side of the pod? Why my thumbs not up? Why your thumbs down, boo? Okay, I saw enough thumbs up. So, what we can do now is we can import files. So, in this project, I can go to File. Okay, wait, let me magnify for the front to the back. Oh, it's really laggy. I can go to File, and then I can import file. And what I'm going to import is going to be the password to challenge. So let me find where it is from here. So I'm going to import the password to file, right? Wherever it is for you guys. So once everyone sees this, I want a thumbs up. I'm not. Let me see more thumbs ups. Yeah. Them 10. Getting there. Okay. That's because you don't download the file. Yeah, password 2. Okay, so for everyone that has been following along so far, what we are doing now is we're going to import the file into Gitra, right? Something nice that you can notice, Gitra has automatically identified that we are looking at a 64-bit ELF file, right? So it recognizes that it's a Linux executable, and it will import it as such. So you hit OK, and it will do some processing. Well, then you'll get this big, oh my god, I need to close magnifier. Once it imports everything, right, it will spit out this gigantic summary. You don't need to know what any of this means, right? You just hit OK, and then you're left with this, right? So everyone who has imported the file and then hit OK like twice, right, should be left with this right now, where it's just the project file and password to imported type. If you are at this state, give me a thumbs up. Very good. You able to? Good? Okay, so now for us to look at the decompilation output that Ghidra is going to produce, right, we will double click on password 2 here. And then it's going to show me a little dragon, and then it will start to launch the tool. So after double clicking, it's going to tell me, oh, password 2 has not been analyzed. Would you like to analyze it now? Hmm? I'll get someone to. Okay, most of y'all should be seeing this on your screen now. Most of y'all should be seeing this. It will ask analyze. Password 2 has not been analyzed. Would you like to analyze it now? Yes, I would like to analyze it now. So you hit yes, and then you just press analyze. You don't have to see what all these things are, you just press analyze. And then it'll start doing its own magic.
Sorry, can you repeat my typing so I can
Okay. You file. Find password 2 where we Don't show. I'm hoping that everyone's laptops are fast enough. Okay button. Okay, how many people have clicked analyze and everything already? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, cool. So now the first thing that I can do in Ghidra, right? Okay, I need my magnifier because it's a bit small. So if you look over on the left, you should see this thing called the symbol tree, right? So in Ghidra, you have the symbol tree. It will show you all the imports, exports, functions, labels, classes, and namespaces of a program. You do not need to know what all of this means. All you got to remember is in a program, functions are what run. So we want to look at the functions. Okay, then in the functions, we can see main. Now, most of the time, a program starts in the main function. So we can double click on the main function, and then we will get to see the decompilation output of the main function. So this is an output. Okay, wait. I need to unmagnify. So sorry for the people at the back. I know it's a bit small. I will increase the font size. So once you click on main on the left, on the right, you should see the decompilation output of Ghidra. So this is an approximate representation of the code that makes up the program. And you can see a whole bunch of function names already. So for example, it starts by printing flag. So this is, and remember this is C, right? This isn't Python. So it starts with printf flag, This is it requesting for the flag. Then it's followed up by fgets. What is fgets? I don't know what fgets is. Let's Google what fgets is. So if I Google fgets, see fgets. It is a function to read from standard input. If you remember day 1, lesson 1, Introduction to Linux, standard input. That is what you are typing into the console. So fgets reads characters from standard input, and that is what we are seeing here. So we have now figured out that the first 2 lines of the decompilation output prints out flag, followed by reading our input, and it reads 0x21. Remember that's hex. That's hex for 33. It reads 33 characters in. Then, if there's any errors, it will tell you there's an error, right? And this is followed up by a whole bunch of other functions. So there's str_spin and str_len, right? What you should be doing is you can Google what these functions do. However, I am here, so I will tell you what they are doing, right? What this does is it reads up until the new line, because when you input text into the input field, when you hit enter, there's a new line, and then it will replace it with a null byte, and it will check. The important bit is the last line here. It will check the length of your input. So the length of your input, it will then compare it against 0x20. So it's a bit annoying to look at hex all the time, right? Something you can do in Gidra, you can right-click. When you right-click, it can show you the representations of numbers in different forms. So you guys have to do this on your own laptops. It's a bit small for those in the back, right? But all you gotta do is, on the 0x20 here, you click on it once, and it's highlighted, then you right-click. When you right-click, it shows you the equivalent representation. So in binary, in decimal, you don't need to know what floats and doubles are for now, I guess, and octal, and as a character. So I can actually set this equation if I want. So instead of seeing s bar 4 equal 0x20, I can see s bar 4 equal 32. So equivalence. Another thing I can do in Gidra to help my reverse engineering experience, right? So notice right now, in the output, right? The result of str_len, so the function that gives me the length of the input, goes into svar4. But svar4 is like a nothing burger variable name. Like it doesn't tell me what that is. So what you can do, if you click on a variable in Gidra and you highlight it, you can press L. When you press L, it will let you rename it. So for example, I can rename this to length, like input len or something. And then it will propagate that across the entire code. So now it's more descriptive. Now I know that str_len goes into input len, then it checks input len equal 32. This is like more readable than it was 5 minutes ago, right? Then what it does here. So this file has what's called symbols. So I can read the function names very easily. So even without doing further analysis, I can see it takes my input and then it copies it, str_copy, copies it into rot13 input. And then it performs rot13. Does anyone know what rot13 is? Okay, shifts by 13 places. I think they might have talked about this yesterday, maybe they didn't. There's a tool you can use online called CyberChef, which is very useful.
Yes.
So in CyberChef, you can do rot13. Rot13, not the rate. Okay, rot13. So I can take an input, and it will show me what the output is in rot13 to the decompilation output. It first applies rot13 to my input. Cool. Then it takes, and then it applies base 64 encode to my input. So now if you're following, right, we type in a 32 character long input into the program, it then performs ROT13 on my input, it then base 64 encodes my input, and then finally, at the end of the decompilation, you can see it does strcmp, right? What is strcmp? Any guesses what strcmp is? String compare. So it compares all of this stuff with this string. So again, let's do some renaming, right? PC var tree. What is PC var tree? Oh my god, base 64 encode. So this is my base 64 encoded thing. So and the whole name change propagates across the entire decomp. So now I can see, oh, str compare is taking my base 64 encoded thing, right? So thankfully, since we can read the codes, we can just undo the operations. So I can copy the string from here because I can, right? And I can go into a tool like CyberChef. I can just paste it in. So what we know is this is base 64 encoded. So we can base 64 decode from base 64. We can base 64 decode. Still doesn't give us a flag. Why? Because we have ROT13. So I will unROT13 it. And tada! You get the flag. If I were to take this, and I run my password to program again as my input, and it tells me it's correct. Okay, that's the compilation. Have I lost the room, or have you all been able to follow? Okay, people that have managed to make it to the very end of the challenge, raise your hand. Okay, not bad. I will spend the next 2 minutes walking around and asking you if you all are okay. Okay, wait, who? Whoa, where's the? Okay, wait, who has completed the challenge so far? Like for real, don't lie to me.
Yeah. Everyone back row did.
Okay. Okay, fine. BlahajCTF. Wow. You completed it. Okay. I don't know how comprehensive my challenge is. The unique. Oh, you approve someone later. Okay, if you solved it and I don't give you candy, till my trainers. That's my boss. Is he not? Huh? He's not? Oh, you're lying to me. No. That no. No. That's true. Okay, gang. Guys, I am going to continue. Okay, settle down. Wrap up your conversations, eat your candy, we're gonna move on. Okay, that's part 2 done. Congrats, we are done with part 2. You can clap. Okay, move on to part 3. Yeah, part 3. Okay, part 3. Assembly.
Oh no.
Okay, we're gonna learn assembly now. So I am anticipating that I will lose half the room, but it's okay. You can run back the slides at your own time. And you guys do need to understand a bit of assembly if you want to understand most as in binary exploitation. So good luck, have fun. Assembly, okay. So what is assembly? Assembly is very scary sounding and people are always like, oh yeah, I know how to work in assembly, I'm so good at coding. Okay, look, assembly, it's usually the lowest level representation of machine logic before machine code. So remember, Python is all the way up here in terms of abstraction. Machine code is all the way down there in terms of abstraction. Assembly is like somewhere like here, right? So it has a very strong correspondence between what the CPU, so like the actual chip in your computer that does the computing part, right? What it can do. So we're going to be focusing on the x86-64 instruction set, which we usually call AMD64, right? So for my Mac users in the house, I'm sorry, right? Because Mac users ARM or AR64, everyone else in the room should be using x64. However, for the Mac users that did bother following my instructions to install Lima, you can follow along. Actually, your Mac uses x64, which is crazy, in the big 25. Okay, so. Settle down. Simmer. Wait. Guys. Let me continue. Okay, so x64 is not the only assembly set that exists, right? There are other languages, other flavors of assembly, but most of them are conceptually similar. So what you are going to learn today will help you with understanding other forms of assembly, right? These fundamental concepts are transferable. Okay, so you don't need to know every single assembly instruction to read assembly. So this pie chart shows me the most common x86 64 instructions that are used in programs. And you can see that maybe a solid 80% of this pie is made up of less than 20 instructions. Actually, obviously, this is the top 20. So a solid 89% of all assembly instructions are just these 19 or 20. I don't know how this diagram is top 20 instructions. Choya. Okay, as long as you can understand the top 20 instructions and read English, right, you should be able to coast your way through. Oh, man.
Oh my god. So like one another's part.
That's scary. So we need to talk a bit about how computers are structured, unfortunately. So this is a computer. This is a computer. Inside a computer, okay, you guys have RAM, right? You guys have RAM in your computers, right? Random access memory, good. You get another Mentos. You get another Mentos for opening up the. Whoa. Sorry, my throat ain't that good. Okay, so memory unit, right? Usually RAM or your disk, your hard drive, your solid state drive, your whatever, right? Then this is the CPU, the central processing unit. This is the really expensive part of the computer, right? The CPU is what actually runs the machine code that your programs are made up of, and it will follow the instructions that the machine code is encoding, right? And your machine code will be in the memory unit. So the CPU will read from memory, it will read the machine code, and then it will be like, oh, okay, it's telling me to do this, and then it will do it. So this is what a CPU actually looks like under the hood. If you were to take your computer, break it open, take the CPU, break that open, and then put it under a microscope, this is what it looks like, right? It's kind of crazy, right? True. So, the thing is, in the past, before we got good, right, CPUs used to operate directly on memory, but since things have gotten faster, there's this section of like literal physical circuitry in the CPU called registers, right? So registers, you can think of them as tiny boxes that the CPU has that stores data during computation. So this will make a bit more sense later, right? For now, just maintain this analogy in your head. My CPU has a bunch of boxes that I can put numbers in, right? And these boxes have names like RAX, RBX, RCX, so on and so forth. They're just boxes. And each register in x64 can hold 64 bits. That's why it's called x64. No way. And 64 bits, that's 8 bytes. Truth nuke, right? So yeah, your program code and everything when your program is actually running most of the time will then be loaded to RAM, like in memory. So something important that will be relevant in 10 minutes time. Memory is addressable. So this means that you can imagine memory as one long big array, right? A long line of boxes, numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to some big number, right? Then I can take data from box number X, I can put data in box number Y, right? So you can just think of it as a big array. This will be relevant. Okay, refreshing. Everyone still remembers what all this is, right? Right. If you don't remember what this is, too bad, I'm moving on. We run it back and hope later. Okay, and remember 1 byte, 8 bits. So, RAX is a register. Let's say RAX has the value 0x10. 0x10 in decimal is 16, right? If I access memory at the address stored at RAX, which is 16, I will read the number 3. Because if I count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right? Actually, this is a lie, right? But either way, the number 3 is stored at that position. And that's because I'm reading 1 byte. So imagine each box here holds 1 byte, 8 bits, right? If I read a word instead, which is 2 bytes, I would then read the adjacent memory. Okay, this will make a bit more sense in a bit. So, in other words, assembly is a lot of taking things from over here and putting things over there. It's a lot of putting things in boxes, taking things out of boxes, taking the box from point A, putting it at point B. Okay. Another concept that you all need to understand, and this will be super relevant tomorrow, right, is the stack. So, imagine a Jenga tower, right? Jenga towers you build from bottom to top, right? In programming and in your programs, data is handled in part in the structure called a stack. So literally, I can take numbers and I can put it on the top of the stack, and I can take it off the top of the stack. So it's a first in, last out, yes. Wow. Okay. So that's a stack, right? You can literally imagine it as a stack of numbers. So let's start reading assembly. Woo. Okay. First, assembly structure. So like assembly instructions are usually structured like this. The first word in the assembly instruction is the instruction or the opcode, right? Which is what the instruction actually does. Then the next two terms, or next singular term sometimes, is the operands. So it's either a register, a memory address. So when I write MOV RAX 0x10, any guesses what this does? It moves what? It moves 0x10 into RAX. And now RAX has the value 0x10. Congratulations, that is your first assembly instruction. Okay. Now, what if I do move RAX RBX? Any guesses what this does? From the back of the room. Any guesses what this does? Anyone? I vaguely heard what you said and it sounded correct. Yes, you will take the value of RBX and you put it into RAX. Boom. So, the convention is usually the thing on the right will act on the thing on the left. So like, it might get a bit confusing, but we just cringe on. So yeah, that's it. That's still move. It's still move. You can move numbers into memory. So notice the existence of square brackets now, right? If RAX has the value 0x05, what this means is I am going to address. Oh my god, the animation is like so slow. Hey, unanimated. Come on. Okay, so I will travel down memory until I reach memory position 0x05. And then I will move the number 4 into it. So this is memory access, right? Square brackets almost always means memory access. Any guesses what this does? Anyone? Any takers? speak loudly and I will throw you candy. And why does it go to wherever we were just now? What is it? Okay. Close, almost there, right? Almost there. So yes, we're moving 0x7, but no. So, okay, running back this slide, right? RAX has the value 0x05. So we went to position 0x05 in memory to put 4 in, right? Now we are going to read RAX, which is still 0x05. So we will go to that position in memory, and then we will take the value from RBX and put it in there. So this is register to memory. Okay, any guesses what this one does? No, it works. Okay.
Okay, so it takes a value from 0x7, which is RBX, and it puts it into RAX.
Close. But remember, we got square brackets. What do the square brackets mean? Something about memory, right? Memory access. So, remember previously, just now, we went from register to memory. This is, go to the next slide. Okay, this is memory to register. So what we're doing is we're going to read the position pointed to by RBX, which is 0x7. So we go to position 0x7, and in memory this happens to be 0, and then we put that into RAX. So it's like just now, but the other way. So that's move. That is all the permutations of move. No. RAX and RBX, these are your registers. So these exist on the CPU just as boxes to store numbers, right? And this long line of numbers down here, that's your memory, that's your RAM, right? Where all the working happens. Okay, any guesses what this does? Huh? What? This is? This is all relevant permutations of move. Yeah, not for now. Yeah. They don't. Okay. Anyways, any guesses what this does? You. It adds? Bottom? Is that? Okay, you rectified it, so I'm sorry. I was aiming for the guy behind you. Not bad, dog, not bad, but it takes the value from RAX and it pushes it to the top of the stack. Congrats. Pushes. This one, I am not handing out any candy. You just push the number to the top of the stack. Wow, good job. Right? That's pushing. Just imagine that this stack exists somewhere for now. Like it's just a thing. Okay, now this is candyable. What do you think this does? Any guesses what push square bracket RAX does? Okay, wait. You've answered a lot. You? One redemption.
It puts the value of like the 6 memory slot into the top of the stack.
Okay, very good, that's correct. Oh, the flat figure. You come to the table. Okay, so yes, what he said is correct, right? We will read RAX, and then we will go to the memory position that it's pointing to. And okay, I don't know if I failed to emphasize this earlier for like the entire lesson, but addressing starts at 0. So we start counting from 0. Okay, just imagine it as a structure that is just somewhere in memory for now. Yeah. What? Where? Yeah. Where? Okay, so that is a good question because I've been glossing over this whole time. So we keep pushing numbers onto the stack, right? But where is the stack? The stack also exists somewhere in memory. I'm just not showing it in this line over here, right? But in RAM, in the program memory, the stack exists somewhere, right? For now, we can treat it as two separate things, but tomorrow it will become one. Okay, either way, I haven't been emphasizing this the entire day, but addressing starts at 0. So when I say I will read from position 0x05, I'm actually reading from the 6th, 5 plus 1, the 6th position in memory. So, like what the guy said, right? I will read from the 6th position to the number 7, and then I'll push it to the top of the stack. Okay. Any takers on this? What does pop do? And then what? You are half correct. I was going to throw you candy, but you are only not correct. Okay, pop removes the thing from the top of the stack, and if you do pop RAX, it will take that value and it will put it into RAX. See, I removed the value from the top, but I didn't put it somewhere, right? Pop RAX. Okay. This one, I think I've done enough examples of memory access that I will not have to hand out candy for this one. If I do pop square bracket RAX, I will pop the value from the top of the stack, and I will put it into where RAX is pointing to in memory. Why the animations are so lagged? Okay, but yeah. Okay, this one is a bit more complicated. Load effective address. I will skip past this one. Actually, I'll skim past most of the remaining instructions because they're not super important. Okay, this one is kind of important, but I'll skim past some of the rest. Okay, load effective address. This is a calculation instruction. So this whole time we've been accessing memory, we've been reading, writing into memory, we've been popping, pushing on the stack. But this one here, right? If I have other registers like RBX and RDX, right? Let's say I want to calculate the address that RBX plus 4 times RDX is pointing to. This is what instruction I would use. I would use LEA, then it will let me do the math. And then it will load that value. So for context, right? RBX plus 4 times RDX is pointing at this in memory right now. But even though there are square brackets, we do not read that value. We simply store the address into RAX. Why do we want to do this? This sounds super unintuitive, right? Well, it's because we want to be able to index arrays. So let's say I increase RDX by 1. Now, when I calculate RBX plus 4 times RDX, I get 9. So that is 4 spaces forward from where I was previously. Then I can store that address in RX. So let's say that I have a program where I want to take steps of 4 repeatedly, and I want to keep storing that number in RAX. I would use LEA to do that calculation for me. Yeah, a bit complicated. You will see this tomorrow. And actually, this produces a lot of equivalent operations, right? You guys can think about this one, right? You can think about this one. It's in the slides, you can think about it. Okay. Yes? I can't hear you, David. Why is times 4? Because I wanted it to be times 4. Okay, wait, I'll just... So, going backpedaling a bit, right? You might be curious as to why I'm doing times 4, so like why I'm taking steps of 4. You have to remember that even though in memory, right now how we're doing is each block represents 1 byte. Sometimes I want to be able to index multiple bytes at a time. So like, let's say I have a B word, right, which is 4 bytes. I want to be able to read 4 bytes at a time, 4 bytes at a time, 4 bytes at a time. So that's why I would use 4 times RDX. If I want to write 2 bytes at a time, write 2 bytes at a time, I use 2 times. When I do 8, I do 8 times, right? So this, I said, will be very relevant tomorrow. Okay, so here are some easier instructions, because it's just math. Add RAX 10, it adds 10 to RAX. Add RBX RAX, it adds RBX to RAX. Whoa, right? Add square bracket RBX to RAX. So this, if you've been following along, square brackets indicates memory access. So this means I would take the value that RBX is pointing to in memory and I'll add it to RAX. If I swap it around, this will take the value of RBX and add it to the address pointed to by RAX. I can also add constants to that. So that's add, and this pattern applies to add, subtract, multiplication, division. There's the increment instruction. Any guesses what the increment instruction does? +1. So if I do inc RAX, it would take RAX and +1 to it. Decrement, which minuses 1. And we have our bitwise operations also. We have our XOR, you can do XOR RAX RBX. You can do OR, I can do OR RBX 10, and shift right, shift left. So see, we've got our usual class of arithmetic, of basic mathematics. I've got +1, -1, and I've got all the bitwise nonsense that we covered earlier today. Oh, and not. Okay. Let's go up. Let's go up the ladder of abstraction one more time. Right? So this is some really, really basic Python code, right? It's an if statement. It checks if A is more than B, then add 10 to C. If not, minus 10 from C. And regardless of outcome, multiply C by 5. Can everyone follow along this code? Yes? Yes? This code is readable. This code is understandable. We can turn this into a flowchart, right? If A is more than B, if it's true, I will add 10. If it's false, I will minus 10. And regardless of outcome, I will multiply by 5, right? That's good. So, what if I turn this into assembly, right? First, I can start with a comparison. I will compare. So imagine my value of A is in RAX and my value of B is in RBX. And remember, RAX and RBX are registers, and registers are boxes, and the boxes are on the CPU. Okay, I can compare them. And then I can, JG stands for jump greater. So, because you see, we're doing a greater than comparison, right? So if it is greater, if RAX is greater than RBX, we go down to this line of assembly, which adds 10 to RCX. If it doesn't fulfill that, we just carry on and we minus 10 from RCX. And at the very end, we will multiply RCX by 5. We have to make sure that if we minus 10, we jump straight to the end instead of adding 10. Okay, this might be a bit hard to follow, but you have to understand that when the CPU reads the code, it is reading the code line by line. So it will literally go, compare RAX, RBX, jump greater, add 1. If I don't add this, it will subtract 10, and then it will add 10 and then multiply by 5. But since I add this bit, it will skip past and jump to here. Okay, this might be a bit hard to follow. Maybe some lines will help. Right? So the jumps are very literal. Like when I say jump, I actually do mean jump. So this will jump to here, and this will jump to here. Okay. If you are a bit confused now, that's all right. You can look at the slides later. Okay. So to perform control flow, so to get our flow graph, our flow chart to compare instruction, does comparisons. Hey, the slides. Oi! Hey, something like this. Oh, but it's still running on shit. Why did the try turn the projector off? Okay, we are taking a short break because of technical issues. Maybe it's over here. Maybe.
Okay, why it's not that hot?
I think it's that hot.
It's like, it's less hot than my neck when I'm in my car.
You should get that checked out. Hey! Oh yeah!
I think that could
You want to just use HDMI?
No, this one can use this.
There's one down there.
No,
We're
yeah,
back.
the person say only can use this.
We're back! We're so back. Okay, but I see some people went out.
How many person please?
Give them.
What the fuck? Then we need to go shopping again. You didn't tell me how much candy you're giving out.
Whoops.
Can I get it on my way home?
Okay, can I continue? Can I continue? Are we clear to continue? Runway's here, runway's here, okay. Hey, where's that fella? What happened to that fella? He what? Okay, I'm going to continue, and then the real break will come after I finish this. Okay, hello, can I get everyone's attention again? Hello, chat. Friends, the third row in particular. Yeah. Can I get your attention? Okay, shout out. Ken, I will wrap up this section and then we can actually take a proper break. So, jumping, right? Your expressions in Python where it's like greater than, less than, equal to, not equal to, right? You have your equivalent expressions in assembly as well. So jumping just is very literal. It means to jump to that part of execution, right? So for example, some very common patterns are while loop, right? This is a pattern in Python, right? So while A is less than 10 and 10 to B. In assembly, it will look like this. I compare Rx to 10. If it is equal to 10, I will jump to the end. If it's not equal, I will continue down. So it will increment So I will add 10 to RBX, increment RBX, then jump back to the start of the loop. So that's pattern 1. This is a common pattern that you will see in functions that you will see tomorrow during the Chrome workshop. Alright, next slide. You, okay. Yes, something else. Function calling. So this one looks scary, but basically in Python, if I have a function that has multiple inputs and I call it like this, my equivalent in assembly, at least for x64 Linux calling convention, will be like this. I will move my arguments into relevant registers and then I will call the function. You will see this again tomorrow. So we can now, for real this time, take a short break because I will cover debugging after this. Let's take 10. Let's take 10, and then we will resume at 3 p.m. Wow. Okay, I'll get you. Let me drink some water.
everyday that's when
So, actually, I'm covering this like almost immediately, but so let me find one first. Program memory is great. So it's not actually memory is one but somewhere in this involved is like segment where parts of the program. So like let's say this part of memory will only have this part of memory will only have like this part of memory is the stack. So when I'm pushing this stack, what I'm doing is I'm actually writing here. Just from one single dimension. So you can quite literally take this, and then rotate it, and then put it to the stack. Is it like no, so they are strikers inside the program that so like any program that runs web system will have a stat the positioning is the second part and you push it quite a lot because of this idea of virtual memory. So that's a bit more involved. But basically, even though we display it as one continuous line, right, the program is looking at many different separate areas of that's more like a stack structure. Okay, the stack, it's what the program is. Every program will have a stack. When you see you can implement your own stack, and you will basically perform operating and that stack will just all go to the stack that you make for the program is what the it's like this stack is for everyone. Based on this the stack. The stack is it like for each program? Each program has its own stack. Each program is regardless of what you put in the code, they would have just more like a stack, like a static stack.
Whenever it's stored, it's just when you use that stack, right, you're most likely going to switch stuff to the real stack at the same time. So like, that's what it's keep is about dynamic memory. So this your stack has limited size. Let's say you want to write 20,000 numbers. You're not going to put 20,000 numbers in stack. And the point array is like your yeah, this is all just transistors, and then it's like implemented like this is also and then becomes like this. I'm literally going to cover this stuff. We never store in the stack, right? Just small working values. And most of the time as well, information about the computer running program. Like, let's say when I'm trying to input something, before it goes to the custom, I push values of the stack, and then when I finish running the function, I can retrieve the values from the stack. And then that's why stack yeah, so it's a stack overflow. Really push say it's open. Yeah, yeah, but already have it. And overflow on the stack, but it's not a stack overflow. Yeah, I know there's a bit confusion, but it doesn't mean that the stack runs out of space. So like in the stack, it overflows locally, but it's still a stack. Yeah, it's still in the stack. Yeah. An actual stack overflow rarely occurs. Unless you have some recursive function that improves that. You learn about
what time did I say we will continue? Now. We're continuing now. I remember. Okay. If you have Minecraft open, I need you to press FN or F4. Yes. Or if you're on or Control Q or Control W or whatever, or open Task Manager, or just do anything, close Minecraft. Close Minecraft, close Roblox. If you're playing,
Minecraft for your game, or I will close it for you.
yes.
I have no.
Yes.
I prefer my.
If you're playing Mobile Legends, if you are
If you are playing Mobile Legends, please think of something better to do with your time.
yeah. I mean,
Good books out there, you can get a t-shirt.
to your left, behind you. Okay, has everyone closed their video games? Promise, last chop. If I've got TA walking right now, if he sees any of you with Geometry Dash or Roblox or Minecraft or whatever open, it's over. It's so over for you. Okay, so can I get everyone's attention again? Hello guys, hello chat. Guys. Simmer down. I'm going to continue. Okay, so process relayout. This is going to get a bit more confusing. So recall that just now I said in Windows you have exe files, and exe files are called portable executables. And for Linux they are called ELF files, ELF, executable linkable format, yes. So when I run a program, it has to be loaded into memory or my RAM, right? And we need to know where parts of the program are. So the thing is, a program itself has a structure like this, right? It has many sections. So if I go back to Gidra for a bit, you guys don't have to follow this part, but I will just go back to Gidra for a bit. If I go to the left, you'll notice this thing called the program tree. So this actually shows me the different parts of the program that exists. So for example, if I go to the .text section, the .text section is where all my code, like the actual assembly that represents the program, exists. If I go to the RO data section, RO data stands for read-only data. So data that should only, so read-only data will exist here. And you notice that my strings and my encrypted flag are read-only data because you're not supposed to write it, you only read it. We have this thing called the GOT, the Global Offset Table. This is how we know where libraries are and where their functions are. We have .data, which is, well, I'm going to stop explaining at this point. Either way, all you need to know is that your program is made up of multiple sections, and it's not just code in a box, right? It's code in multiple small boxes. So when I load my code into memory, I would need to take these sections and put it somewhere else. I would need to take these sections and put it somewhere else. So my program exists in memory in a certain format. So you will learn a lot more about this tomorrow. Kiran Fern Chai, paging for Kiran Fern Chai. You will teach this tomorrow, correct? Not pi, like stack. Yeah, so teach the stack tomorrow. So you will finally understand what the stack is, right? And the thing is, these memory addresses, so just now we had it really simple, like we were doing square bracket REX, and REX just had like 0x7 or whatever inside. Usually, these addresses are a lot scarier. So if I were to, let me just let you all see real quick. Oh my god.
Frick. What?
My computer's thinking. Okay, password thing. So humor me for a moment.
Ah.
So as you can see, these numbers are really big. So this is actually the memory layout of my program. And instead of small numbers like 5, 7, and 8, like we were working with just now, I've got numbers like 0x7, FF, 7F, BF, 000. And if I were to check what that number is, I actually don't know how big that number is. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How?
That's like 1.4 trillion? 1.4 quadrillion, right?
Quadrillion, trillion. About 10 trillion. Yeah.
This is the number of things that are better to do than Mobile Legends.
Yeah. So the memory addresses are really big, and you will look at this tomorrow. Okay. This is my last actual practical demo of the day, right? And then we can do a bit of practice challenges. Okay, so I got you guys to install GDB and GEF for a reason. Okay, I'm going to assume that you guys have installed these stuff. If not, too bad, right? Okay, first and foremost, everyone who was looking at password 2 just now, you can close it. Close it, you can save, close and save the program. Okay, so I want everyone back here. I want everyone back here. Once you are back on this screen, I want a thumbs up. Once trying to. Okay, waiting. I'm only seeing like a quarter of the room with their thumbs up, man. No, don't reopen password 2, don't reopen password 2. All I need is for you to close password 2 and bring me back to this. Come back to this and get right. Okay, come. Let's try again. Thumbs up if you are back on this screen. That is much better. Okay, we're going to import another file. So if you remember file, import file. This time around, we're going to be importing from the debug folder, keygenme. So same like just now, you import the thing, hit OK, close out of this thing, then double click, get the dragon, and analyze. So this is like the same steps as just now, right? Import the file, double click, like hit OK on a bunch of things, double click it, analyze, and get to this state. I will give you guys 2 minutes. Which file? Keygenme. 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 Second file. Guys, stay hydrated. Drink water. Okay, can I get a show of hands, a thumbs up, whatever, if you have successfully imported keygenme? Okay. Row, fourth row, any troubles on the fourth row? Okay, no. Okay. This side of the can, able to import? Can? Working? Okay. We're in. So, similar to just now, right? The first thing that we're going to look at is the functions that this program has. Functions. And this time around, notice how we don't have main. Oh no, we don't have main. How are we supposed to carry on? Well, any guesses what the next best function to look at is? Entry. Entry, because entry is the entry point. So if we go to entry, then we can see a function that looks a little bit like this. And notice the entry calls the function libc start main. Any guesses what that does? It starts main. And the first argument in libc start main is the actual main function. So if I double click on this, it will take me to the main function. So this is the main function. Okay, a bit confusing. Let's actually take a look at how this program runs, right? This looks a little small. Sure. So let's run the program. Let's run keygenme. Oh man. Okay, so I need to run keygenme and then I need to put my input afterwards. Oh man. Okay, so now we have an idea of what we want to do for this challenge. We want to find an input so that we can get access to the program. Okay, sure. So let's go back to our decompilation. We can see the start here, right? Let's rename this function. So I'm going to click on the function. I'm going to hit L, and then I can enter a new name for it. So I'm just going to call it main because now we know that it's main, right? Then we can see the error that we encountered just now. So that if this param1 isn't equal to 2, it will tell me how to run the thing. So That's argc and argv. You don't need to know what those are. All you need to know is that we have a direction included here, because presumably, right, if I run the program with an input correctly, it won't print out this error message, which means it must run this function. So that means this function is probably the relevant function to the actual password checking functionality in the program. So let's double click on this. Double clicking on it, we see a really big function. I'm gonna step out magnifier. We see a really big function with a whole lot of stuff. Like, that's a lot of stuff. I don't think I could manually reverse engineer and figure out what all of this is. Like, this is scary. Right? So much stuff. So, this is a form of obfuscation, right? Because you have to remember, when we decompile a program, we do not get the real, true, original source code that the program was written with, right? We are getting an intermediate representation of a program. So, an example that I can think of, let me open Notepad. Imagine the following, right? Let's say I do a for loop. So like, for I in, why did it capitalize my I? For I in range 5. So in Python, what does this give me? It loops 5 times, right? So what this does is it gives me the value of I to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? However, an equivalent logic would be print 0, print 1, print 2, oh my god, print 2, I'm getting lazy. Print 2, print 3, print 4. So, can we agree? Can we agree that these two things perform the same function? Yes, right? So this is where the compiler comes into play. So remember, our code, our source code, passes through a program called the compiler first, and then what comes out of the compiler is the program that we run. So it is entirely possible that when I wrote my source code, I wrote it like this, but the compiler looked at it and it was like, I don't need a for loop for 5 numbers, I would just put the 5 numbers there, right? So even though I wrote this, the code that I might get back from my decompiler could look like this instead. The logic is equivalent, it does the exact same thing, but it is less readable. So similarly here, in the original source code for this program, which I do not have on my laptop, because I did not write this on my laptop, right? It was not this verbose. Do you think I could write this? Yes, but I didn't. So, how do we approach this, right? Like if you were to reverse engineer this program, it would be moronic to try and go step by step and figure out what each line of code is doing. So instead, we have to think at a higher level of what this program is doing, right? So think a little bit. If I have a program that is checking a password, at some point in the program, a comparison must be made, correct? It must compare my input to some target. And maybe, just maybe, if I can find the logic that encodes that, then I can stop there and I can just inspect. Okay, so what do I mean by all this? Let's scroll a bit, let's scroll a bit, let's scroll a bit. If you go to the very end of this function, you will notice the following. So remember earlier we had strcmp, which was string compare. Any guesses what memcmp is? Memory compare. So this is a comparison function, right? And we can see that it is comparing something to something, right? And right now, because we didn't reverse engineer the entire program so far, we don't know what it's comparing, but we know that it's a comparison, right? And on top of that, the result of the comparison, so I will rename this variable with L, compare result. The result of this comparison is what determines whether it will tell me access granted or access denied. So clearly, this compare is pretty important, right? So how do we get started? How do we even get started? This is where debugging comes into play. So are you guys familiar with the term debugging? Fixing an error, right? Okay. Trial and error. So debugging in most contexts, right? When we're talking about writing code, debugging is the process. Debugging is the process of running the code, seeing what's broken, seeing what bugs there are, and then fixing those bugs. However, we can use those same ideas to our advantage because we can debug most programs that we want, and then we can follow the logic and the instructions in the program, and then we can analyze them for our own purposes. So, earlier today, I got you all to install GDB, if you remember that, right? GDB is the GNU debugger. So I'm gonna show you all a tiny bit of magic, right? What? Your code hasn't loaded out. Wow, your computer like really damn cui. Okay. So something that I can do is I can run this program with GDB. Okay. Come on. So once okay, you guys can follow along, but I'm not going to be as comprehensive, right? This is more so for your information and for you all to be able to see that this thing exists. You guys will be interacting with this a lot more tomorrow in particular, right, for binary exploitation. For now, just observe what's going on, right? Okay, I'm gonna balance it. Whoa. I'm gonna balance the microphone like this so that I can speak and type at the same time. Okay. So I can run the program by pressing R. And then it'll tell me, oh, you need to put in some input, right? And I can run the program again with some input. And it tells me access denied. Okay, cool. So it seems like we've accomplished nothing, right? Because now we've just gone full circle and we have run a program and we get nothing else. However, I can start the program and I can stop at the first instruction that it runs. So see, this is the assembly stuff that we were looking at earlier, right? Move, call, jump. So notice that we have some symbols here, start, right? If I go to my actual disassembly, and okay, wait, I need to hide something. Give me a moment. I need to hide this. Whatever. Okay, if I go to the very start, I don't want to be on this again. Bring me to the actual start dot text. So at the start of my dot text section, right, in the program in Ghidra, I can see that the first few instructions are NBR64 sub RSP 0x8 compare EDI to so on and so forth. Right. These are actually, okay, wait, this is a bit offset. I need to go all the way to the start. See? So the very first function that's defined in the .init section, nbr sub rsp0x8, move, gmon start, test rex, everything there. In GDB, I can see that equivalent assembly. So this part of the program I'm looking at in Ghidra, in DT-init, is this part of the program here. So then we can do a bit of math, right? If we go to main, which we've defined, and we know that, okay, where's DT-init? So if DT-init in Ghidra is this hex address, 0x101000, then we look at main. Main is at this address, which is 0x1010C0, right? The difference between these two numbers, which is quite easy to just eyeball, is 0xC0, right? Or 192 bytes. So if I read my instructions, starting at where .text begins with an offset of C0, if I look at this first few instructions here, right, in the code, and then I look at main. So you see, main has NBR64 sub RSP0x8, compare EDI to JZ, whatever, right? I can see here, NBR64 sub 0x8, compare JE instead of JZ, same difference, LEA, call. So this is the assembly of my main function. I can look at it in GDB. Then something I can do is I can set what's called a breakpoint. So I'm going to set a breakpoint at the start of my main function. So if I continue, okay, if I run my program again with some input, it will run, and then it will stop at this instruction. So it will stop at the start of main. And now I can actually go step by step. I can go to the next instruction, next one. Zoom out a bit. Next instruction, next one. So I can go step by step and manually run this program instruction by instruction as the CPU would be doing it, right? Now again, this seems a bit useless. I'm going even slower now, right? I was able to run the program at full speed just now I'm going step by step. What? How is this useful, right? So remember, the crux of this program, we identified to be this memory compare down here, right? Somehow, one way or another, the result of this memory compare determines whether we have access granted or access denied. So let us take a blind stab in the dark, right? The offset of this mem compare against the start of the program is 631. So just now we set a breakpoint at the start of main. Now we're going to set a breakpoint at this mem compare. Now we're going to run the program again. So it hits my first breakpoint at the start of main. And I press C to continue. And now it will. Yeah. So you see, now it breaks at this instruction, which is the mem compare. So it runs the program all the way from the start of main, all the way until the mem compare. So all of this code, all of this decompilation that we couldn't read, that we couldn't figure out for ourselves, right? It will run all of that for us. And then it will hit this point. And then we can just inspect. Because now that we're debugging this program, we have full access to the memory, to the registers, to everything that makes up this program. And mem compare, as you can see, this mem compare happens to be taking our input and comparing it to this string. And this string is our flag. So now if I just rerun so if I continue here, it will say access denied because it's the wrong flag. But if I rerun, I continue. See now, my run compare is this against this, which will be true. And I can solve the challenge like that. So I managed to reverse engineer this program, figure out what the password is, without even having to figure out what all of this nonsense inside this function is, because I can just debug and dynamically figure out what the program is doing. If this part is a bit confusing, that's okay, right? But what I want you guys to understand is that this is fundamentally, like, conceptually the same as the second example I did. How? Like, how does that work out? Because for us to understand and get rid of the obfuscation from this, the way that we did it was by running the program, right? Running parts of the program that we wanted to understand how it worked. Similarly, I'm doing the same thing but on a compiled program. I'm running it, and I'm letting it do its own thing, and then I'm inspecting it on my own accord to get my answer. So yeah, that's debugging. Okay, what question do you have? What? What? No, so you see, the thing is, the flag that we get over there, if you were to, and this is an empty thing that you can do in the picture, you can look at the, you can look at the defined strings. If you look through the strings inside the flag, you will not find, like, okay, if you look at the strings inside this program, actually you can also do this by running strings. You won't find the flag. The flag is not here, right? Because actually what's happening in this program is it's taking this encrypted flag and decrypting it. Like all the logic inside this function is decrypting the flag. But you don't need to know that. You don't need to figure out how the decryption works, because you know that at some point the program has to decrypt the flag to perform this comparison. So instead of manually going step by step and figuring out how to do the decryption yourself, you just make the program do it for you, and then you just see what the output is. Okay. Okay. That was a lot of content. I will open the floor to questions for 5 minutes, and also for you all to sort of wrap your head around what just was covered. Any questions? Any burning questions, or are you all just like great lastly? How do I know where to set the breakpoints? Okay, that is a good question actually. So you have to, okay, wait, let me go back to my slides real quick. Remember that my program has a certain layout, right? So my code exists in a certain place, my code exists in a certain place, right? And when I run the program, it would take my actual machine code and put it somewhere in memory. So there is a way to identify where in memory it is. Okay. So what I did just now, which I completely glossed over because it's a lot of steps. So the thing is, in GDB, if you don't have any breakpoints already and your program just exits, right? If I were to run it, it will just run and it won't stop at any point. If I run it with some incorrect inputs, it will run and it won't stop at any point, right? This command start I will stop me at the start instruction, so the very first instruction that the program is running, right? And in this case, I mean, this is actually like not even inside the code that's written for the program. This is an external library function. But the most relevant part to us in GDB, I think only with GDF. So you have to. Can someone fact check me on this? Kieran. Is VM map a GDF only command? Okay. So I can do this thing called VM map, which shows me the memory mapping that the program has. So this is literally showing me all of this stuff, right? And the addresses that they lie in. So if I go back to GDB, I can see that my program, this is my program, right? The executable portion, if you remember from day one, R writable, R readable, W writable, X executable. So the executable portion of my program lies in memory addresses starting from 0x5555555500. So if I inspect X to inspect, if I inspect the instructions that are there, then I can see the start of .text. Dot in. I can see the start of .text. So this is this is here, which is here. Okay, so X is shorthand for examine, right? What this lets you do is to represent memory with certain representations. So if I did 20dx instead, and then the memory address, it will show it to me in bytes. So this is the raw machine code, like the actual bytes. You can see here in the virtual, you can see also F3, 0F, 1E, FA. F3, 0F, 1E, FA. If I do dx, it shows me in raw bytes. If I do gx, then it will show it to me in blocks of 8. If I do s, if I do s rather than x, if I do s, it will try and show it to me as strings, right? And if I do I, it will show it to me as assembly instructions. Yeah. So Kieran Fern Chai will be covering this a lot more tomorrow. Yeah, if you guys want to try like the GDB commands and stuff at home, I guess you all will have to run back the recording because I didn't write the code. Whoops. Let's go open yourself. So now you want to you type GDB and then the name of the program you want to do, which is but now we are later, like after the lesson, I can write down the
I want to be able to compare it with like the real GDP. So that's why I go to .NET. .NET is where the machine code for you. So if I'm able to find that GDP that assembly are the individual instructions that the CPU all of this stuff.
Okay, so since a lot of y'all are actually quite curious about this, after the session, I will write down the instructions on how to follow along in GDB. So then you guys can learn how to set the breakpoints yourself and then inspect the memory yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do actually. So things that you'll be doing tomorrow include looking at stack frames. So if I run the program, you'll be looking at stack frames, you'll be inspecting the instruction pointer, you'll be inspecting where locals are. So like, this is all cool stuff that you'll do tomorrow. But for now, you don't have to think about it. Okay, I think that's enough of a break. I will now carry on to the conclusion of today's slides. Yay! Right. So to conclude, okay, for you guys, right, beginners in reverse engineering, right? Most of the time, the process of reverse engineering will boil down to getting some sort of readable source code to work with. So remember, like at the very start, the first few programs we looked at, they were Python scripts where we could just read all the code off the bat, right? Then we were given code that's obfuscated, so then it's harder to read. So then we have to learn how to de-obfuscate it to become more readable. Then we were given programs that were written in other languages that don't have source code readily available, and we found out ways to extract their source code. And lastly, we were given programs that are written in C, that are written in C++, that compile all the way down to machine code, and we use decompilers to give ourselves some source code to work with, right? So that's usually step one. Step two is to understand what the program is doing, right? What is the flow of the program? When you input, where's the start? Where's the end? Where does your input get mangled? Where does your input get managed, right? That's the next important part. Then lastly, is to understand what's important and what's just noise. So remember the example from just now, right, where we were looking at keygen.me? All of this stuff in between, where it does the decryption of the flag, to a reverse engineer, most of the time at first blush for beginners, this is noise because you're not going to be able to reverse engineer all of this by hand. And then where's the signal? Where's the actual important part of the program? It's all the way down here, right? The part where we actually perform the map compare, right? So that's called signal to noise ratio, right? That's cutting through the nonsense to get what you want, the needle and the haystack, right? And with reverse engineering, you can't just expect to take any exe file or any elf file and you toss it to Gitra and you're like, haha, I got source code now, I win, right? I know it's very tempting to just take the decompiler output from Gitra and paste it into ChatGPT and be like, hello bro, can you tell me what the flag is? And then ChatGPT will think for 5 minutes and give you the flag, right? We have tried our best to design our challenges so you can't do that, right? However, you still can here and there, right? ChatGPT is really powerful nowadays, and I personally as someone who's done reverse engineering for quite a while now, right, I do use like LLMs to help the process a lot because imagine having to look at this sort of nonsense over and over and over and over. You just want a computer to look at it instead, right? However, for your learning, right, I have bundled a lot of training, like other training challenges for you guys to look at in the Google Drive. I want you guys to attempt all of these without assistance from ChatGPT as much as possible. I would rather you open a ticket at 12 midnight tonight and be like, hey, I'm damn lost, can you give me a hint? And one of us would hopefully reply. I would rather you do that than go to ChatGPT. Yeah, so Googling will help you a lot as well. So if you're ever lost, if you ever encounter something that you've never seen before, which is going to be like all the time, right? Google, look up other CTF write-ups on similar problems, or look up blog posts that have described how these sort of programs get reverse engineered. Right? There's a lot of resources out there that you can consult, right? And I guess yeah, you could ask Gemini to plug it for you. And reverse engineering is a very, very fundamental skill. So at the end of the day, to be able to read source code and understand what it's doing, to be able to take compiled programs and work backwards and figure out what you're doing, this will help you in other categories. So tomorrow, which is going to be the most confusing course of this 5-day course, binary exploitation, right? You are going to be looking at GDB and GitHub. Okay, well, actually no, I think Kieran designed this, so you don't have to look at GitHub. But you'll be looking at GDB a lot tomorrow, right? Even for web exploitation, right? Sometimes you need to reverse engineer server source code. Sometimes they just give you the server file and do source code and you need to figure it out yourself, right? And web is very tedious. Web takes a lot of time, but it can be very rewarding at the end of the day. So when you're playing a CTF, especially when you're playing the CTF this Saturday, right? Don't just look at a web challenge and be like, oh, hey, I don't know what this is, I give up, right? Give it a try. Try your best. And that's it. That's it for my slides for today. You can clap now. Okay, yes. Floor is open to questions until I get bored. Okay, so I've noticed that some people here don't know precisely how the CTF format works, and that is entirely our fault for never explaining it. So I am going to use, so I think Lucas did mention this website existing on Monday, BlahajCTF, right? Oh, that's nice. So BlahajCTF would give you a better idea of like what the format of the CTF is like. I still remember my login details. Hello, bro. Oh yeah. Hey, let me in. Let me in so I can show the thing. Practice. Okay, so the way that it's going to work during the CTF, right? Most of the time, for reverse engineering, you'll be given some file or maybe some netcat to connect to, and then you can solve it on your own side, right? And then once you solve the challenge and figure out what the flag is, you will submit it to the platform, and then the platform will tell you whether it's correct or not. So for now, all the take-home challenges that I put in the Google Drive, if you are unsure if the flag is correct, you can open a ticket and ask. But for the most part, you'll just be able to see immediately because we'll start with Blahaj, then usually the text in the middle is kind of readable, and so on and so forth. What time will it start? I think 9 a.m. 9 p.m.
Okay, but we have to earn the first one.
Earn as many points as possible. So it would depend on how many people solve it. So okay, during the competition on Saturday, right? The way to win is just to accumulate the most number of points. Now, the value of each flag that you submit hinges on how many people manage to solve that challenge. So let's say I have a challenge that 100 people manage to solve, it will give me less points than a challenge that only 10 people manage to solve. So, in the Google Drive, I recommend that you guys download all the challenges to try for yourself, right? I will do a very quick run through of what each challenge is, so that you guys have a bit of an idea of what you can try, right? So we walked through this one together just now. This is another source-given Python challenge, which has more descriptive variable names, so maybe you guys can have a easier time with this. Similarly for this. So source-given Python reverse engineering challenges are very, very much like the lowest, like the easiest tier of reverse engineering challenges. So there will be at least one challenge which is of this difficulty during the qualifiers. At least one. Right. Then you have obfuscated. So this, like for example, this is a one-liner Python program that you can reverse engineer. This was from last year's BlahajCTF. This challenge was set by my dear friend Javier, who is unfortunately unable to be with us today. This is another one, right? If you remember the thing I was talking about encrypting your code to make it harder to read, this is a challenge that touches on that topic. You can think about it. Then set number 3 for source code retrieval. So just now we looked at Kohifi, which was a Java challenge. Then if you remember, I dropped a hint for Drill Baby Drill by looking at the icon and noticing that it has a Python on it. And for supercomputer, you guys can run strings on it and it should give you an idea of how to continue. For decompilation, these other challenges, you have to drop them into Vidra and look at the decompilation output. It is not meant to be particularly complicated or complex. There will be at least 1 or 2 challenges of this nature on Saturday. And we have some challenges that require you to use GDB. I understand that I didn't really give a comprehensive tutorial on GDB just now, I just sort of speed ran through it. You can try this at your own time. They'll probably be more doable after tomorrow's lesson. So yeah, you guys can try all these challenges. If you encounter any problems or if you want any hints or anything, open a ticket in the Discord and one of our chronically online admins will reply. I'm gonna figure out whether I can let you guys go home early. Okay, so we've got quite a bit of time. I'm deciding whether I want to do some live solving or just answer more questions.
I would actually much rather answer questions. So if there are any questions at all to do with today's content from the slides, please shoot now.
Can you at least tell us how to run a program in GDB?
How to run a program in GDB. Okay, to run a program in GDB. So the easiest way to do it. So you first have to be in the same folder as the program that you're running, right? So remember, to run a program normally in Linux, you do / and the name of the file, right? However, if I want to run it in GDB, I will do GDB followed by the file name. Why? That sounds like good. Don't use time slashes. You have to use forward slashes. Okay, where was I? So once you do GDB followed by the file name, to actually run the program, like initially, just to run it without stopping anywhere, you just do R for run. So yeah, then if I want to run with arguments, I do R followed by my argument. Like that. Yeah, so that's how to run a program in GDB. So yeah. No, that means the argument is wrong. Access denied is the output from the program. Yeah. So I think, like, you can apply this to other programs. So if we go back 5 to if we run, okay, so let's take for example password tree. Right? We can see how to interact with it. So when I run password tree, it asks me for a flag, so on and so forth, right? So if I run password tree in GDB, wait, computer lagging, password tree. Then I hit R, right? See, it will just run the program, and it will wait for my input, and give it input, and then it will crash. And something that you can do, like if your program pauses at any point to ask for input or something, you can just interrupt the program with Control-C, and it will immediately stop at the current instruction itself. So you can't do that with keygen because there's no form, there's no stop form. So instead, the way that we sort of immediately stop the program is by running start I as the command instead. Because start I is like short for start instruction, so it will stop at the start instruction, right?
I know there's a GDB, like you can run GDB on VS Code. So like are there benefits?
Okay, so the thing about running GDB and VS Code is that, like, okay, my understanding of it, because I personally don't debug my programs in VS Code. What I do know is that if you have a debugger attached to the VS Code, let's say you're coding your own C program, right? Then you want to debug it, then it can run this debugger and show you where in the source code you are. Yeah. So like actually for programs that are compiled with debug symbols, they can literally show you what line of code you are currently debugging. And I think VS Code just gives a more complete view of that. However, this is not applicable to most compiled programs because they won't give you those symbols. Yeah. Okay, wait. Guys, here is a trick for my Windows users. If you want to open a Linux shell in a folder without doing CD, go to Windows Explorer, find a blank space to put your mouse cursor, hold shift, right click, open Linux shell here. Now you don't have the CD. This will save you at least 10 seconds of your time. Okay, any other questions to do with content from the slides? I don't mind going backwards to...
Just press G with key checking and refreshing. And you just said no such file directly, even though it's sitting right now, it's looking great.
So then,
I press open internally.
okay, I'm going to run my slides back a bit to talk about load effective address again. Why is it showing it? Okay, at request, I am going to go through the slide again. So, load effective address, right? Before this, we were doing moves and pops and pushes, right? LEA, the LEA instruction is a way for us to perform some math with our registers without having to like push RDX, eyeball, so on and so forth. So like instead of having to multiply this and add it to that and then store it in here, right? Let's say in one stroke, I want to calculate RDX plus 4 times RDX. So I can write this instruction and then it will perform the calculation and store the value into RAX only. So if the value of RDX changes, it will perform the computation and it will store the resultant value in RAX only. So the reason why I still show the memory here to show what it's pointing at is because the whole point of this instruction is to help me calculate memory addresses. So does that make sense for you? Or which part are you like confused with? Why did it become number 9? Okay, like let's say the value of RDX changes to 0x1 and RDX is still 0x05. RBX plus 4 times RDX becomes 5 plus 4 times 1, and then equals to 9. Then if I run this instruction again, it will store number 9 into RAX. Yeah. Okay, know the dude in the brown shirt asked the question. Yeah. Come shoot. Okay, anyone else have any questions to do with the content from the slides that I can review and reiterate on the spot right now rather than you open a ticket at 10 p.m. and I have to respond to it? Okay, back to Linux fundamentals, I guess. If you need to CD into a folder that has spaces in it, you wrap it with quotation marks. So like for example, so if I'm here, I want to CD into, so something that is helpful. When you are halfway typing a command, you can press tab and it can complete the command for you. So like in this case, I could CD into new folder just by typing CD capital N, I hit tab and then it completes it for me. But if I want to type it out in full, I will do CD, then double quotation marks, new folder, and then I can access the folder. Then back forward, please sit down. You understand the content or not? You follow along or not? You and your Huawei MateBook. You have your Honor OS, your Harmony OS, Huawei MateBook 5. I don't know, trying to clock the model. Yeah? Well, I cannot hear you. What? How many challenges will there be on Saturday? The answer is I cannot disclose.
At least 5.
There will be at least 5 challenges. At minimum 1 challenge per category. Promises that I can have for you for this Saturday. There will be at least 1 OSINT challenge. At least 1. Ever most number of challenges? Like in what? Like in a CTF? I don't know. What? You could start a CTF with like 100 challenges if you want to do. The most that we have set, I think last year we had 70 challenges. We had 70 to solve over 36 hours. I think that was last year. Yeah, so this year there will be, okay, I can guarantee you that there will be less than 100 challenges. I cannot give another lower bound. But the number of challenges to solve within a 12-hour period are a reasonable number, I promise. And if you make it to finals, the finals will also have a reasonable number of challenges. Yeah, same concept, except it will be on-site. Yeah. What? Okay, so difficulty-wise, right? The CTF will have challenges at the difficulty level of training, but it will definitely have challenges that are more difficult. So what we want to try is to make sure that whatever you guys learn here during training will get you to solve at least a handful of challenges during the CTF itself, right? Like per category, a handful per category. What we cannot guarantee is that you guys will get enough skill to qualify for finals within 5 days, right? Yes, there will be a degree of overlap between what we cover during this course and what will come out during the competition.
And the rest is just control and
The rest is for you to learn. Yeah. Process memory. Okay, process memory layout. I will go back to process memory layout. So programs have to be organized in certain ways, right? So when you compile a program, the code doesn't just exist floating in free space. It has to be segmented. It needs to be segmented out. So for example, in a program, the actual machine code, like the actual assembly that is being run by the program, will sit in the .text section. That's something that you can view in GitHub, right? The read-only data will be in the RO data section, so on and so forth. So the thing is, this is the whole program, but when you actually run it, it has to take each section and it needs to put it somewhere in memory for the program to run off of, right? So, for example, it will take the .text section and it will shove it over here. It will take the data section and it will shove it over here, right? So on and so forth. So like, there is no way for me to tell you where exactly the exact memory address of .text until you run it, right? Because in a modern system, it will be randomized. It will be randomized. Okay, any other questions? You can ask questions about the competition format as well. Huh? How many teams will make it to finals? How many again? Like top 20 for it? No, but like by team count. Or is it? Yeah, each team has like 4 people, right? But how many are we taking? But 20. It's not like 30 then, like 20%. Okay, yeah, so finals, there should be capacity for about 30 teams, 30 to 35 teams making it to finals from... What? There will be 160 participants in total at finals. So 20 of those 160 will come from OpenCat, so like your uni students, your not secondary JC students. They will not be competing in the same category as y'all. So like you don't have to worry about them different y'all, because they're not eligible to get they're not eligible for prize money, right? Yeah. So prize money is only reserved for y'all. How many?
160.
No, like for qualifiers.
Like 1,030.
Yeah, we've got like 1,000 people in qualifiers. Well, each team has like 4 people, so that's like 250 teams.
Closer to like 400 teams.
400 teams. quantities.
Why can't we let them go?
Any other questions? I'm gonna throw up the feedback form soon, and then like after the feedback form, you all can go home and try the challenges and ask questions. And although, like I said, if there's any questions to do with content, I would rather you ask me now. Yes. How many classes 1 to 8 have? 1.
This is your true end. Yeah, this is like most languages. 0 is but it's like you don't need to look at yourself around this. This is different from
Because the ones at the end, the more you do it, the difficulty is your punish Now what?
David, come back. We've got a crypto question.
Is there a QR code? Why laser? QR code generator. There's one built into Chrome. Really? Where? How? Really Chrome? No, I mean Firefox.
3 dots and options.
Does this work?
Okay, guys. So, because you guys have been a very patient audience, we managed to end early today. So I need you all to fill out the feedback form. So the link to the form is in the Discord training announcements. You can also scan the QR code that I have on screen. Yeah, so everyone fill out this form within the next like 5 minutes, then you guys can start to pack up and stuff. If you have any questions that you want to ask, you can hang around. We'll still be here for a while. By the way, does everyone have their Linux installation working like all fine and that? Okay, I know you don't have the installed. Okay. Besides that, does everyone else have a working Linux installation? I am in particular arrowing the people who are running Macs. My Mac users. Do all my Mac users have a working x64 Linux installation?
There's always someone. Okay.